I'd have to get right up to my computer, I think. You get so funny with your money that you flaunt. So would you get your information from? You think that you can front with the relation car? Yeah.
Oh
yeah. Hey guys, we're live. Remember, you're always mute yourself. Mute yourself.
Mute yourself.
Or at least check
Check
yourself.
yourself before you wreck yourself.
Raised over 100 young. The main daughter was 21. Now it's tighter and go within 100 centimeters of the web. Was under the web. Found it and raised over.
Oh, look at this, all the little turtles. Oh, it's turtles all the way down.
Cocaine spider figures building fence was more socket. Captain Spider was lost.
And oh, look at this, all the little turtles. Oh, it's turtles all the way down.
We are live. Welcome,
That was-
welcome, welcome.
That was interesting.
Hello.
It's turtles all the way down. I wrote a song with that as the hook.
Sir Jim, will you let me in
Interesting.
on my other self?
Oh yeah. It's been,
Inner verse wants to enter and outer verse present.
always room for a second chance.
Ha!
So
You're welcome.
there he is. Look at that mane. Good Lord, that hair. Look at that.
Glorious.
Beautiful.
Looking
Put it all
like
down, Chance.
like a true fire sign.
Venus is direct. I feel beautiful.
It's pretty good. There it is.
See 6 spiders on camera.
Venus is direct. Is that true?
I believe so.
Mm-hmm.
No wonder the world
Ready
seems so
for
much
the-
more
ready for
beautiful.
The coin toss before the game begins. Or
Coin
are we
toss?
gonna wait till overtime to toss our coins?
Is that a true thing?
Hey, I'm like
Sean?
that meme where you take the sunglasses off and the sunglasses stay on. See,
Yes, it is true.
so this makes me think the little weird what do you call snowboarding or skiing shades. They make me feel like I'm Kenny. I can't explain why, but I feel like I'm Kenny from South Park with this particular digital overlay on my video feed.
And
I can see it.
Look at this, all the little turtles. Oh, it's turtles all the way down.
Now wait, are we getting the feed back in? That was trippy. Whoa.
No, someone keeps playing it. I don't know.
It's so good.
Soundboard action.
Oh yeah, I got a soundboard I
what
have
is
never
that
tried
from?
yet. Yeah, I don't know.
Alan, where is that from?
I think it's an interception from a Mexican radio station.
Really?
Bit of a carnival tonight.
So Eric Alexander says that Jim looks like he's about to stage an insurrection.
Yeah.
That's right.
Brilliant, Eric. Brilliant, brother.
Actually, on this show, the insurrection stage is Jim.
All right, guys, it's time. Take your coin out of your pocket. Let's start flipping coins
Oh wait, what are we flipping coins for?
to decide who goes first.
Sean,
Oh.
you don't have to. We'll just do all of us but you.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well,
It'll be
I'm
even that
seeing-
way.
I'm seeing on YouTube we have an arrangement here. There's 6, so
Or how about this? You all flip and I'm the scribe.
yes, 7 is Chance on the bottom. Our scribe. We have Gordy, Slick, Alan Marcus, Rachel, Jim, and SB. So that will be part of our hexagram as we cast an oracle.
Now I understand. Okay.
Gordy, Slick, and Alan Marcus are ready to cast the first line. Okay, are we ready? Gordy and
Okay, do we need to
Thank you.
determine which?
No,
what
just tell
head
me if
and
it's heads or
tails it-
tails. I'll take care of it.
Okay, good deal.
Little turtle.
Thank you.
all the
Oh,
little
it's turtles all the way
turtles.
down.
Okay. All right. Everybody ready?
Reveal.
Call?
Gordy,
Heads.
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 All
Very
right.
good.
Now you guys do that again.
Well, it's
2
gonna be
more times.
Rachel,
Tails for me.
oh, it's Rachel, Jim, and who's on the bottom there? Who's on the bottom?
Sean.
Let's take
Rachel, Jim, and Sean.
Yeah, but I'm not flipping, right?
No, you are. I was kidding.
Well, I didn't know. Okay, hold on. I gotta get a coin.
Wait a second.
Well, it just shows
Put
how
your
much
spider
I
eyes
trust.
on, Sean.
We don't.
I just trust Chance. You know, if Chance says I'm not supposed to participate, I just take his word for it. There's a good reason and listen. So, all right, I'm flipping the coin here.
I don't have any authority here.
So the other 3 who didn't flip the first time, you guys are on the bottom.
Okay, mine is tails.
We lost Jim. Maybe
Oh.
I should flip.
Chance is gonna flip for Jim.
I
Oh, wait, he's
misplaced.
back.
Oh, he's back. Okay.
Jim, are you gonna flip a coin, brother?
I did. I got
Okay.
tails first time.
Me
Got
too.
tails, okay.
Mine was also tails. We're doing
And
this one
Ra-
more time.
Tails
And Rachel?
What did you get?
Heads.
Heads.
Okay.
Okay. This is not heads up, 7 up, but it could be because there are 7 of us. Okay, so the first group again. Gabe.
Okay.
Gordy. Alan. That's me.
Ah,
I got
Gabe.
heads.
I had heads. It
I
fell.
had head.
I got heads.
Not you, Jim.
Wait,
Gabe,
what?
what'd you get?
We're doing 3 at a time in separate groups.
Gabe, what'd you get?
Heads.
I had
Was that-
heads.
I
All
had
heads
heads.
again?
Gordy had heads.
All heads.
Yeah.
Heads.
You
Three
guys
heads.
all
They did
three
that
of
twice
you
in a row.
did all heads twice. That's already against the odds.
Okay. Now the other 3.
Are you new here?
Okay.
Flip your
This is
coin.
we
Go.
don't play by rules.
Ah.
Like this is not what happens here. We make
Okay, I'm
shit
flipping.
happen.
Yep,
Okay.
Sean's flipping, Rachel's flipping, and Jim is flipping. Reveal.
This time I'm also
Tails.
heads.
Heads.
I heard
Rachel?
tails from
Tails.
Rachel,
Okay.
heads from Jim and Sean.
Oh, now I
Alright.
got to save this quarter. This is now a sacred quarter. It goes on the display here.
Actually
both
grabbed a
groups
Frank.
go
I
again.
don't know why
Nice.
I have this.
I've been
Yeah, Frank.
accidentally building altars for years, and I never realized it till one day my lady walked in and she said, "What is this an
Yes.
altar
Alright.
to?" I was
I
like,
love it.
So both groups are flipping again.
Are we
Group,
going one more time here?
group 1 and then group 2.
Okay,
Okay.
group 1 again. That's going to be me and Gordy and Gabe.
Ready?
I'm ready.
Oh, heads.
Tails.
Tails.
Heads.
2 tails and 1 head.
All right.
Second group, flip them.
Heads.
Tails.
Sean, it's all
Oh,
on you.
sorry.
If you get a heads, I'm going to be happy.
Heads.
Nice.
All right. So without even needing to consult the chart, I can tell you that this is hexagram 30.
Hexagram 30.
Yes. The bottom trigram is fire and the top trigram is fire.
It's fire
Oh,
over
yeah.
fire.
Fire
that's a lot
over
of fire.
fire.
That's
It's
some
the
hot candle magic.
It's the clinging in the I Ching. It represents an all-consuming spiritual passion. And basically, it's the epitome of flow state because it is just pure regeneration through spiritual inspiration. It is the fire within. It is it's the energy that leads you to move your body to the music without consciously controlling or choosing it. And here's the imagery for it.
Beautiful.
Lovely fire devas dancing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Flow.
Lovely.
Flow is already.
It's Kali before she got pissed.
One of my very favorites. And then we had 2 changing lines.
2 changing lines.
Yes, the bottom line and the third line have changed. And this becomes 35, which I'm going to have to look that one up. I maybe could
Yeah.
guess it.
That's why it's the book of changes.
Yeah.
So is the Frank, is it copper? Does it look like copper, Rachel?
Frank? No. It's more silver.
I bet it's nickel.
Actually.
Looks
It's
like
probably
to me.
nickel. A lot of these coins are like nickel instead
know,
of silver.
The clinging is quite appropriate for Venus going direct today.
Yeah,
Wow.
love.
What did
And
we
there's
In love with
woman.
you so much, I have to suffocate you in my bosom now. Hold still.
Oh yeah,
That's Cancer.
that's cool looking.
or Oracle?
That's Cancer.
Jack?
You're right. I stand corrected live on this broadcast that would be much more Cancer than it would be Venus.
I don't know. It could be Venus depending on.
Yeah, it could.
you know,
but she'd do
what
it.
you
She'd do
like.
it because it was the right thing. But Cancer would do it because they were selfish.
It's
But
a toss
you.
a coin to your spiders. Who's the most witchy?
Yeah, me, but you.
Toss a coin to your spiders.
So do you want to know what it changes into?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, please.
I actually see this sequence all the time because it's kind of logical, but it goes from the clinging to progress,
Okay.
which is fire over yin or earth. And progress is all about gaining recognition, making steady gains, continuing the flow state. So like this is the flow state and this is the flow state continues.
Yes, but you said fire
Yeah.
over
And that's
earth, which
Fire
is
over
literally
Earth.
the title of the show. All webs lead to Romie's wife sinks from the ashes. The
Ooh.
fire leaves the ashes on the earth. That's
Ooh,
Hey.
I could
That's,
read from this. I got to turn that filter off. As much as I love it.
Is it pissing you off?
Damn it.
Well, they need to program these things to recognize books and coins and other items held up to the camera. It's not that
Right.
hard, guys. Get on it. What are you waiting for?
Wait.
How much are we paying you
You're-
over all these months, Zoom?
That's right. How are we ever going to make it to Mars? If we can't even get
All
there.
right.
Okay,
So I
I'm
have the I
gonna
Ching clarified here.
I'm gonna
Okay.
read to you the 2 changing lines. It's just 2
Yes,
paragraphs.
please.
The bottom line and the third line. This is our divination because the real message is in between, reading between the lines. Okay. It is just in those moments that you're tempted to throw all caution to the wind that you need to be extra alert and willing to take responsibility for your choices. The moment when a tumultuous situation is beginning to unfold can sometimes be the best time to take a step back and watch to see where it is going before you leap in with both feet. Beware of the temptation to see what is facing you as your destiny. That's often just a costume for what is actually your temptation. And the test could very well be your ability to turn aside before it gets too hot for you to handle. So that's the first changing line.
And that was 30, you said?
30 to 35.
Okay, thank you.
Line 3 Honoring the path of truth may sound like an impossible ideal, as distant as the far horizon, but in real time, it's only as far as the next step. Opening to the guidance that emanates from how you are feeling in the here and now is all you need to do right now. When you adhere to the inner guidance of the heart, you can easily learn from mistakes, and you are less likely to be thrown off balance by external influences.
I can
That's
dig
it.
it.
Thank
I
you.
can totally dig it.
And you said
Thank
the
you
first
for doing
changing
that,
line
Larry.
was 1. Is that right, Chance? It was 1 and 3?
The bottom line and the third line,
Okay, bottom
because you
and
count
third.
from the bottom to the top with each end.
Right.
Let's see.
Now that that's out of the
No.
way.
I think I'm going to use this reading to read from the first time from my I Ching clarified later.
Also something fun. Hold on. Sorry.
So has anyone seen any bingo cards lately?
That was too late.
Oh no, I haven't.
You know, Chance, that card, it's got him doing that kind of I don't know what the actual qigong shapes are. I'd never like stick those names in my head. But
It
there's
looks like
there's
Tom
that
Brady
one, you know, it's
throwing a football.
yeah,
Hey, I just
we
want to.
call
I
it-
want to.
that-
I want to get
that's-
this on the record, if you don't
they call
mind.
it the
Fuck Tom
Theismann.
Brady.
They call it
Officially
the-
in the minutes of this meeting. The Heisman.
The
Been so
Heisman-
long
Heisman,
since I
yeah.
thought of Tom
The-
Brady. I don't know why we're
Heisman's
thinking
like
about him
holding
now.
the
Yeah.
ball and
That's
punt,
right.
and like straight arming somebody to the ground. In
Straight
your
arm,
neck,
yeah.
touchdown.
The
When football was
Heisman
good,
uncertainty
and it was
principle.
actually sport. I mean, you could shove people's face in the
I
dirt.
enjoyed football, but I can't watch it anymore because they don't hide that it's fixed for sports betting in the mob anymore. They just
You
put it
can't.
right out there.
Yeah. So
They used to hide it. The older
Right.
generations
Now
were
it's-
subtle and keen and uncanny about promoting huge lies and never breaking character.
I think they were
The kayfabe
canny,
is-
and the current ones are uncanny.
Hey, amen, brother. Hallelujah to that. Yes, that is correct. They were canny. They had a.
Canny
I
is
saw a
when it
post
looks
from-
and feels real. Uncanny is when it looks real, but it gives you the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah, like
Like
that's
the
not
un-
right. Something's
Like the
not
Uncanny
making.
Valley.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, like the Tom Hanks CGI movie about Christmas trains.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Terrifying
my God,
dead
that
eye
thing
from
is-
that guy.
it's
Could
so
I
we
watch that
replace-
almost every year.
Do
Could we
you
replace
really?
the
How?
face of Tom Hanks?
Oh,
with
my
Tom
lady's
Brady?
got a like a total habit of a particular stack of Christmas movies that are just they're part of the ritual, and it's all good. It took me some adjusting because I'm really more of a bah humbug fuck Christmas kind of guy, but I go with it, do my best.
I do
I'm an
too,
Elf
man.
guy.
I can't. I love Elf. Yeah. I will still quote Elf. I don't care.
How about we'll change it from Elf on the Shelf to Elf Finds the Self.
That's nice. That's nice. Very etheric. I like
I
it.
wore my
I like that.
It's a Bagawa. It's got the 8
Bagawa? That's what it's called?
trigrams of the
Oh yeah.
Chinese medicine system around
Yeah.
Oh,
the yin yang. I wore this for episode 64.
I remember that.
Nice.
I like that thing a lot.
That
very
leads
cool.
that leads to a great sync. Bagua is a martial arts style.
Oh, I didn't know that.
What is
Bagua,
that?
yeah, Bagua Xing Yi is a Chinese martial arts style. It translates to walking the circle, and it is very circular. And it has
Interesting.
these interesting steps where you just navigate around the bagua that you have around your neck. So that's pretty neat that Gordy was just talking Tai Chi and you got a bagua. It's going
It's
to be
supposed to be a symbol of good luck and health and prosperity to wear like a talisman. Someone's got loud typing fingers.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you for saying that.
So I want
I'll
to
remember to
touch
mute
on this
myself if I have to type again.
before we get too far, because I did really quick look up how the gene keys look at that toss that we did. Because I love using the words as archetypes because I think it's transformative. So what's cool is that these show up on the calendar. So
what is Gene Keys? I'm sorry, I've heard of it. I think I've seen one picture of it, but I don't know what it is.
So it's essentially kind of an esoteric take on the I Ching, but it does provide you with your own personal kind of profile and chart based on astrology. So it merges astrology
cool.
and I Ching.
Definitely got to do it. Thank you.
It's really neat. It's really beautiful. But every 5 days, the sun goes through each gate or I Ching, key. So this one actually that we got goes through February 14th through the 18th. And that's all that fire energy. So I would maybe look at that week or keep that in mind that that's where the sun's going to be at. So kind of how to use them is it goes through the shadow, the gift, and the city being the highest state. So the shadow is desire, the gift is lightness, and the city is rapture. So with desire, it's like fire. Like I want to eat, I want to burn, I want to just burn and burn and burn and burn. I want. And that's not necessarily satisfying. That doesn't mean that you can't have wants and desires. It just means allowing them to be light instead of consuming, if that makes sense. And that's when we're talking about Venus going direct. And what's on the 14th? Everyone's least favorite holiday. I have to like it because I love the idea of having a corporate, maybe corporate's the wrong word, collective holiday that focuses on love. I think that's wonderful. All the corporateness, you don't have to do that. You don't have to participate in that. If you want to celebrate another day, go for it. But I think that's really interesting. So then when it changes to 35, 35's shadow is hunger, it kind of mirrors that very nicely with desire. The gift being adventure, and the city being boundlessness. Because when you're satisfied, you're open for the next thing. You're not searching for adventure, it finds you. And while you're on the path, you become boundless. There aren't any boundaries, not because you have to tear them down, not because you have to work hard at it, it's because you're free. There just aren't any. There's nothing you can't not do. So I think that's interesting. And it just has to do with releasing those shadows, or really with the gene keys, and what they teach is seeing the gift that's in the shadow, because the shadow is really just there for your primal survival. It's usually rooted in fear and anger. And those things aren't evil or negative, but they can be toxic. So I thought that was really fun that it has a week soon for 30. And I'm going to keep an eye on that week and see what happens.
Nice.
But
yeah, I might do my reading out of that book as a video and go back to this and the whole throw and do it all as a continuation of the process, because then we're headed in that direction. We'll be there sooner than we think.
Yeah, it's coming up.
All of that sounds very Venus too.
Totally.
Yeah. Well, my Venus is in a fire sign, so I'm like, yes, I'm about it.
And we'll be rolling right out of Mercury retrograde here real quick too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Praise the Lord.
Yeah, so everything will go righteous. I love it.
Hopefully everybody learned
Well,
how to communicate better through anything that happened.
Let's celebrate, dude. If you guys don't mind us going there, so what is happening in Canada right now? And if we could get Kaylee or Jen Brewer or one of our buddies up there in Canada, I was talking to Sasha McDonald, who is one of kind of our old school homies from Eyes Open group in kind of before Lindsay started Rogueways. And she was posting, if you guys go into the Rogue Chat Telegram channel, so she's posted a whole bunch of stuff about that's going on with the truckers.
Mm-hmm.
And
Beth Martins is covering it too.
Yes, and Beth Martins is covering it a lot. Yes. Thank you, Sean. That's why I wanted to talk to you about it too, because Beth, you've been following those,
she's doing very well with following the whole legal, the whole I don't even want to call it straw man stuff. It's really, I guess I would call it the common law, a focus on the real man and the common law more than anything,
Right.
But all the other things are peripheral to it, They try to discredit any of us looking at it by calling us sovereign citizens, which is just another brilliant slighting title coming from authority figures that we don't get to identify personally.
I have a whole 3 hours with Clint Richardson coming up.
Nice.
I'll drop on Monday.
So it's coming.
Do you really? Good.
Wait, that's
I'm
gonna
so
be
stoked.
Bob Diggity.
Cool.
Yeah, but I thought instead of releasing it tomorrow, maybe Gabriel and Gordy and I might have a surprise tomorrow.
Oh, yeah?
A surprise.
Oh, really?
Got a little something.
What
something.
kind of surprise?
The surprise.
It's a surprise.
An eternal
Do we get any
surprise.
hints? Do we get any hints?
It's an eternal surprise. No hints.
That's a pretty good eternal
Okay.
surprise. That's a pretty solid hint, actually.
Got a surprise. You guys want to see a surprise?
That is surprising.
A baby goat born with human face being worshipped like God.
Wow.
This is a baby goat born without hair and born without the familiar shape of a kid, a baby goat. It's very eerie.
Okay, that fabric is very Venus.
Oh, that
looking.
pearlescent.
It looks like Venus coming out of the clamshell for sure.
That is
That
totally.
guy looks
That
like
can't
his
be
dad.
real.
That's a good
First sink in,
question.
and Rachel's already having uncomfortable doubts about the entire
For
process.
that. Yes.
Well,
Life's a slide, slide down, slide down. Life's a slide,
pictures.
slide down.
I'm teasing.
I know. If you get scared, I'm logging off. It's just that simple.
I can find it.
Don't worry, I'm not scared.
But didn't you
That's
have more?
interesting.
Yeah, I do
More
have more. I'm just trying to
weird-
get my media viewers set up.
My goodness, that's weird.
Yeah.
How about that?
And I just got done doing all kinds of work on the goat. All
Isn't there a
kinds of
year of the
work.
goat? Isn't that a thing? I know it was artistically at some point.
Year of the Goat?
It was okay. There was an artist that I was following, and I think he did a whole series called The Year of the Goat.
Jim, stand up.
Apparently, it's a movie.
Oh, I thought there was goats in there. Never mind. You don't have any goats in you.
I
It's
got
Somewhere.
I'll bring 'em up.
I just sent it to Alan. That
I need to
picture.
get Jim a screen that attaches to wherever he's sitting that he can just go whoop. And then we
Yeah,
could go to Jim and have video projected, and then have when he's done, he can
Arm's
pull his
not
arms
long
down.
enough.
could be his disappearing.
Yeah, see that
goat.
works. That works. Just a sheet.
There's got to be a goat in there somewhere in that landscape.
I'm sure there is. It's the Walla Walla Valley. There's goats in there.
Anyway, going back to the Canadian truckers thing,
Yeah.
just real quick, I don't want to
Yeah.
gloss over the fact that what they've actually done, and like these guys had to go against their own unions even to do this, and
Right.
so apparently what they've been hitting is the shutting down of the Alberta Montana border. They've essentially shut it down, and they had overwhelming support. You could see it in any of their videos that Sasha had done or Beth Martins has done. Like just people reporting all over the place. Just
But there was 70,000 trucks,
Everybody-
wasn't there?
right, double lanes, 2 lanes, but and there were a bunch of RVs out there with
Yeah.
barbecues, having barbecues in the road,
Mhm.
and they're folding. Like they're getting it done. Like they're finally, they're not going to give them a choice anymore. The what's his nuts is in hiding right now,
Yeah, Trudeau.
but they're getting attention, man. Finally,
Yeah, I'll
getting
bet
attention.
Trudeau's in hiding.
Yeah,
It's
he's
traditional
past
for
Trudeau.
the leader to hide when the people actually come out into the streets. Otherwise,
Yeah.
things go kind of French on you. Otherwise,
Right. So anyway,
So funny.
our hearts and our prayers are with those
Hallelujah. Yeah. I've
Those
been
people,
watching
you
them
know.
in.
Maybe the universe will provide us with an ironic castration of Castro's son. If he wasn't already.
Let's take a look closer.
Yeah,
look
just
at
the evidence
thing.
revealed and seeing the Mickey Mouse head right where it's supposed to be would be enough, huh, Chance? Oh no,
There it
another
is.
one. Is that the same one or a different one?
This is the same pictures.
Should have gave us a warning.
Yeah.
It looks like that fish, that blob fish.
It does, yeah, like it's been dragged up from the bottom.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was so happy when they showed that the globfish doesn't look like that. Like I had such relief for the poor fish. Like, oh, good, that's them after they violently hurt you, not how you look all the time. Good for you.
So is
Oh
this
man, that's scary.
What? Gross.
is
You know
this
what?
It looks
though?
like
This-
the
this a
absolute
clone
worst kind of
attempt?
Cabbage Patch Kid.
I think it's all a
Yeah.
ploy for the LGBTQ crowd to push
What?
to push
Let him finish.
pansexuals.
For the barbecue.
Oh,
For the pansexuals.
Yeah, pansexuals.
Throw this one on
The, you
fire
know,
immediately.
let me go
It's a-
ahead and get it out of the way for everyone and say that it looks like a penis. So there. No one else has to say it. I said it.
There is absolutely no hair on this thing. It's this pale milky white flesh tone. It looks kind of like a mold, like a special effects prop. I don't
Very
even
much.
know if this is actually real. We'd have to look at the videos. I don't have those, unfortunately. But here it is.
Oh wow.
It looks like an aborted fetus, a
It's
large.
got to be an all black goat too.
It came out of a black goat, of course.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So
it looks
this
like
is-
the punchline to a traveling salesman joke.
Is it a goat miscarriage? Because this doesn't look developed
Well,
fully.
they said the
like
other
what's
thing
happening
that was
with its legs?
And why is
those
this
two. If you're
why
being
is this
generous,
new?
calling those
That's
two
not-
things legs for sure.
This is the worst fleshlight ever designed by nature.
Oh my god.
Oh, Alan just dunks on the crowd right in the face.
My eye.
That's right.
Here's a different faced goat. This one has
What?
hair.
The
Flat-faced goat is viewed as an
Are
omen
these
by
just
villagers
yokai?
in Nemodia, India.
It
Dude, I would
does
totally keep
resemble a
that goat.
yokai. It resembles the manji mutt yokai, which is a famous
Mhm.
Japanese monster ghost spirit thing. A dog with the face of a man, but this is a black-haired goat with a dour face. But looking at it, I kind of see the face of Darth Vader with his
Little bit.
mask.
He looks a little sassy.
Yeah, Darth Vader like either mad or gay or slightly
Some
stoned. Right?
sass.
It's like it's like
Oh,
somebody
Fiji
morphed a,
mermaid.
yeah. Oh, dude, I want a Fiji mermaid. There was this place down here in Tombstone that had weird stuff like this. They always have like stuff in jars, you know, and they have Fiji mermaids down there.
This looks like a deformed Mr. Potato Head.
Like
Now,
Like-
is this supposed to be the same as the other one,
This
or,
is the
or
same
not?
one. This was
It's grown up a little bit. It's developing into.
Grown up.
So this
Aw.
was,
Yeah.
this was
oh,
after it was born in December 2020. The article reads, a mutant baby goat that was born with a human face was worshipped like a god in Gujarat. Photos and a video of the baby goat having the unusual appearance have gone viral on social media. The baby goat was reportedly born in Saltapada village on the banks of River Tapi in Sangad Taluka, Gujarat. I don't know how to pronounce any of that. The bizarre looking animal had 4 legs and ears just like a goat. However, the rest of its body parts resembled that of a human. The goat is said to have been born in the house of a farmer named Ajay Vasava. Pictures of the baby goat show that the animal had the forehead, eyes, mouth, and parts of the beard that looked very similar to those of a human. The goat did not have a tail. This strange
Two
stillborn
questions.
chimera.
One,
Mhm.
is this a cloning attempt that they're trying to pass off as a normal instance? It seems very strange. Two, I can't believe I'm even asking this. Why is it that in frat movies and Pan and things like that, that dudes are always asked to have sex with a goat? out of all the creatures that you could make it weird with, why is it a goat? Because
Well,
this
it
one looks
definitely
like
ties to
maybe.
Freemasonry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it just a pan relationship thing? Like, is that what it is?
I really doubt it, unfortunately. I don't have an answer for you, but
It's a
if it was
defiling of
just
a
so,
sacred animal.
Yeah.
yeah,
You got it, Jim.
you
Yeah.
got to give the scapegoat something to scape. Yeah.
Yeah. So do you guys know the nitty gritty on the Box saga?
I was just asking about that today. No.
Huh.
The Box saga is one of the craziest details, and it's really hard for people to get into, but
We'll call it claim.
yes, the claim on the Box saga is that the humans were crossbred with goats.
Mhm.
And it's, all respect to people who believe some far out stuff, but I'm not down with any ideas that humans and animals, or that we have any kind of animalistic ancestors or whatever. But I have so much to say, but basically it plays into the Box saga in a major way.
Yeah, scary.
Yeah, and any time that I see like euthanizing of animals, or like any excuse to like say, oh, they're better off dead, or we should, if this happens, we should kill them, then I see it playing into normalizing animal sacrifice, for further reaching agendas.
Well, funny you should mention that.
Oh no, this episode is off to
Also,
a wonderful start. I hope everyone tested their little how tight their little lap belt was before the ride started to move.
No, I live dangerously. I did not
Please.
test it.
Should we give the disclaimer?
fine.
Please keep all hands and feet inside the tram at all times.
Recommended.
Here's the story. Are you
And
ready?
here we go. Click, 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 click,
Additional
click, click,
details
click, click,
to
click,
weave.
click, 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 click.
Something's going on with goats
Yeah.
in Atlanta, Georgia area.
Oh yeah.
Atlanta,
Oh yes.
Channel 2 Action
Chattahoochee.
investigating headless goats found floating in the Chattahoochee River. Someone has dumped hundreds of decapitated goats over the past few years. The title of this article reads, Investigation. People practicing Santeria may be dumping headless goats in the Chattahoochee.
Well, that just seems like
Santeria
sloppy magic.
Right. And I take offense at the claim that it's automatically Santeria.
This is
I
from
think-
August 30th, 2021. So just a few months ago. It's a recent story.
I think they're scapegoating Santeria by making that assertion right out the gate.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
How do they assert it? They also asserted the similar type of claim about 9/11, right? Hey guys, whoa, looks like guys from Saudi Arabia did it, but the guy over here in Iraq, Hussein, he's to blame. We've got this figured out. Don't you worry.
Right.
We need to end goat abuse, and we need to end it tonight.
Thank you, Alan, for bringing us back to what matters most.
Agreed.
That's damn
Go.
Go.
Jim and I did a show before Tracy
It's
was
something-
around about cloning, and it ties it to Alien Raelian cult. If anyone knows who Rael is, like Rael is the man's name.
Oh yeah.
And I've always been waiting for when the ground opens up and the strange mutant creatures that they've been growing underground secretly would burst out and show themselves like a Tolkien, or sci-fi movie. I anticipate this part of my life, being raised a Christian and still having great belief in the idea of apocalypse and horrible things happening, whether it's real or they're staging it for us. And maybe that's what this made me think. Like, hey, maybe this is their soft sell. Like, hey guys, there's chimeras. They're here with us.
Yeah.
Some people worship them. See, it's a goat.
See?
We didn't make it and put it in there. Promise.
What's that?
Nice.
Island? Oh yeah.
These are what real goats look like. Real hardworking goats.
Are those yours,
They're
Jim?
packs.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're at the Bennington Lake or over by the college.
Yeah, Bennington Lake.
Yeah, I
we took
recognize
our
it.
first loaded up trail hike yesterday.
Great.
Each of those goats has
So
10
fun,
pounds
man.
of gear.
That's so cool.
You're bringing a lot of light to the world and making those goats very happy, my friend.
Oh, they love it.
Show people what's up. Like, see, you just get the animals and you bring them with you wherever you go.
Pretty cool. I don't have to carry stuff now.
Yeah. Oh, you're
wow.
almost ready that we could take a week-long trip into the far, far mountains without anybody's help.
I have a pack goat in Skyrim.
Nice.
How did you get that? Is that a mod?
See, this is. I
It's in
think we
the,
need to
10th
dial down all the
anniversary
guilt
edition.
of playing video games so we
Nice.
can all talk more openly about how much fun we're having. Okay, I'm just a proposition, sliding it out there because that's really cool. I didn't even know goats were in Skyrim, let alone one that you could get and have as your thing that will do things for you in the game. Somehow you have
Her
to
name is
kill the-
Hilda.
Nice.
Nice.
Better.
Does Hilda have a weight limit?
Yeah, she does, but she's got a big backpack. It's like Jim's goats. It's two
Yeah.
side saddles.
No, I wasn't kidding. I mean, we need
Satchels.
more goats or at least a couple horses if we're all going to go. But if me and Jim just want to go, we could totally stay in the deep, deep mountains for a week. Just load them up with everything you need and get ready to kick it.
Oh, you probably could, man. You know,
You could bring a
one of-
house. You could put a decent couple little tents
Dude.
on there and just go. Be gone.
One of my
Bail.
My
favorite
bug out plan.
One of my favorite
Yeah.
memories as a kid was us horse packing just
Nice.
out on a fly fishing trip for like a
Cool.
week.
Yeah.
It was the best. Of course, I mean, it was the scariest thing I've ever been through in my life up to that point, because when you're convinced you're being stalked by a mountain lion, it gets your attention. You start to reevaluate things. But because you're deep, we were deep in the Wyoming wilderness, and it was
Chance, what
was
happened to your
fun.
face, dude?
That's great. That's probably the only time
I'm
you're going to
worried
see
about
that.
catching
folks.
the coof from the goats. They carry disease. There's disease in those backpacks.
That's right.
Could we not carry disease around in backpacks though?
That's funny.
Oh, it does. Yeah.
Oh, it
Oh.
does look like Squidward.
Creepy.
That's a stretch.
People on the internet are always gonna, whatever their like flash memory vibe, something looks similar, they're always gonna drop it. So I don't mind seeing them all because it lets me know how off
Okay.
we are from each other, right?
But
Yeah.
There.
we are all seeing goats and squids a lot. We were talking about the scapegoats, and
James.
we had just mentioned H.P. Lovecraft character, Cthulhu or whatever, and this whole zeitgeist of squids gets me, suspicious about why we get told what to think about, and that makes me think about Watchmen again, rereading Watchmen about the end, how if you don't know that Watchmen, the original in the story, is a giant apocalypse squid in New York City.
Yeah.
And in the movie, they completely changed that. But it's still, I don't know. That guy pisses me off. But the book is awesome.
This is
Go-
the uncanny
go read it.
valley.
Yeah, I never
He's
have
looking
read that.
really bad. Is that really a picture of him?
Is that really his mustache? Did he draw that on? I don't know.
That is
Man,
a questionable
that has got to be
stash.
is that a clone?
Oh, I'm
That's a fake
concerned.
person.
No, Tom Hanks is under some kind of a horrible long-term ritual punishment. It's very
I think
obvious.
they're
to me.
both computer-generated images resembling
Interesting. That's
former actor Tom
That's a
Hanks.
good former actor.
Yeah. Hey,
You think Tom Hanks is dead or
No,
gone?
I don't think he's been an actor since the movie Splash. Anything past that was just, I don't know what was going on.
I can't argue with you there.
You
I
guys
did
have
just
heard
watch.
you're saying he's
I
not
just
an
love giving him the
actor.
title
He's
former
not
actor
acting,
Tom Hanks.
right?
I want people to
Yeah,
remember
that's
that happened here
great.
tonight, and that you should. It's been coined. It's official. It doesn't have to go into NFT process where anybody attaches anything to it.
I
You can
love
just
it.
use it. You can say from now on, the former actor Tom Hanks.
Actor formerly known as Tom Hanks.
if we say it enough times, Janie will show
Can we
up.
draw him a glyph?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. We can take those words and make them into a sigil, but I assume someone else will probably have to do it, not me.
Do you guys see him and looking a little Abe Lincolnish. They say he's a descendant of Abe Lincoln.
Yeah, I see that a little bit. I
Abe
guess.
Lincoln's wife, her maiden name was Hanks. And I see it. I could see it in the whole, royal blood component being thrown on the stage. That last picture.
Yeah, and he right as in the middle of all the pizza pedogate weirdness, he switched his citizenship over to Greece. I remember because me and Jim dove in pretty deep on it on one of those two Cappy episodes. We were talking a lot about Tom Hanks towards the end of the episode and looking at his strange Instagram feed with all the pictures of singular gloves and shoes or socks that have been found on the side of the road. I specifically remember a picture of him standing with Oprah Winfrey and some other very famous woman, and there was a clock on the wall made out of hamburgers and hot dogs raw, and he was holding up a sign that said something like I can't talk, or I'm not allowed to talk, and they were both just looking at him like, okay, there's a lot of information there, even if you don't want to be, if you want to be pretty normie about it, if you just throw the picture up and look at it, it's like, that's really weird. It's not for a movie or anything. So
right.
I think his life's gone off the deep end. I think he's in bad trouble.
Like, why was he the guy chosen to do the speech about Bob Dole?
Yeah,
that was really fucking weird. Like,
because of the presidential blood.
Yeah, a lot of it makes sense if you just remember that they're all cousins in a bad way.
They're all cousins. Yeah.
So Rachel, you were talking about Valentine's Day, and just today I wrote my kiddo's Valentine's Day card for her, and she can always expect real nerdy dad history conspiracy information. I signed my name on her cards. My name is D.A. with a pyramid with the all-seeing eye at the top. D.
Nice.
That's been my signature for her whole life.
Hilarious.
She's like, thanks, Dad.
Yeah. So she knows what to expect. Today I wrote her a very short history on Valentine's Day, and this is all alleged. But Rome was making it illegal for soldiers to be married. And they did not want soldiers to be compromised. They didn't want their soldiers to be so heartfelt and vulnerable. They didn't want them to be open to compromise, so that somebody could threaten their family, and that would be a weak spot. So they needed their soldiers to be real hard asses. And at the higher echelons, all the way at the top with the commanders, those guys were eunuchs. They had to give a pound of flesh to get to that spot. So they really,
I think that's probably still true.
I
That a
think
lot of
so,
those
too.
guys are compromised in their actual private areas.
Clearly.
Isn't that awful? Like right before
I mean, if you've seen the Kay
Ostera,
Griggs interviews,
right
if you've never watched the
before-
Kay Griggs interviews,
Yeah.
like the peak of the masculine, like Imbolc happens around the 1st, 2nd. So right before
we go.
this.
Here we
So
go.
you have everybody waking up, everything coming to life. I mean, think about new love, new life, new everything. And then you hit another festival where it's about, you start getting into your fertility festivals and rebirth. So to have men go through that at a time of rebirth is got to be devastating.
It's crazy. It's
like on many
inversion.
levels.
yeah, very intentionally devastating. Like you're going
Mhm.
through the liminal door that you can't go back through, no matter what.
Yep.
Mhm.
And,
Yeah.
People's brains are going to break,
yeah. So
and they're
so-
going to come to us for answers. One will be like, "Well, I don't know." Fuck it,
Yeah.
I told you so.
Winging it.
Yeah, we used to talk about that shit for free on the internet.
just
Now it's
kidding.
$50
I'm
an
kidding.
hour.
Please, I'm not saying that. That's funny.
so-
I wondered
Steve-
how we'd get to Rome, but I thought we'd take a more
roads lead there,
circumambulating
Chance.
path.
Yeah.
So here's my little connection between the state in India where the goats happened and maybe walking us towards Rome, because I think the theme for me is that a lot of these cults and the ritualistic aspect of it and the symbolism of it is coming from east to west historically, from what was Hindustan, what is now India. India is Ethiopia, or it was called Ethiopia, which is a land of, I believe it refers to a darkness, that name, Ethiopia. It's not the Ethiopia in Africa, but the state where this happened was Gujarat, where the goat story comes from. So we'll just look at some images from this state.
Interesting.
Very interesting architecture. Some of it's claiming to have come from 1,000 years ago. Don't know. That's quite a statue.
That architecture looks like the Watts, like Angkor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's that. And then this is their governmental seal for the state.
Oh, that's
Interesting. The lion.
That doesn't look like India. That looks like, looks familiar.
That's the 3-in-1.
Looks like Nimrod's beard.
Yeah.
Manes are.
Oh yeah, it does look like Nimrod's beard in that.
So there's a lot of lion imagery going on with this place. I'm just scrolling through Wikipedia images, and
yeah, that image says we're lying.
It made me think of how we were talking about, or Gordy talked about Watchmen briefly, because I was already thinking about Watchmen from the Flow State episode on Wednesday.
Oh yeah,
because we brought up in something I read, I think it had Bubastis, which was the city in the Nile Delta that was consecrated to Bastet in Egypt. And it's near a town that is known today as Zagazig. The house of Bastet was where they kept the mummified cats, apparently. The story is that they worshiped the cats. But in Watchmen, there's a character called Bubastis, which is, we were talking about chimeras. This is a genetically altered red lynx that was made for the character Adrian something. His superhero name was Ozymandias. And so to finish this little weave, we'll just read the poem of, I'll stop the screen share. Ozymandias, it's very short, by Percy Shelley. I met a traveler from an antique land who said, 2 vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them on the sand, half sunk a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that its sculptor well those passions read which yet survive. Stamped on these lifeless things, the hand that mocked them and the heart that fed, and on the pedestal these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look upon my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away.
That's it.
That's the whole poem.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you.
He quotes that in the book, doesn't he?
Probably.
Yeah.
He also kills his pet, Bubastis.
Right. Yeah, it's sacrificed before the deed, before he actually pulls the.
Yeah,
pulls
if I gotta
the
sacrifice
apocalypse.
my pet, you guys, I gotta tell you, we're all gonna die.
Yeah.
Die right there with my pet, man.
Like, nope, sorry, sitting right here, staying here with me.
Isn't that the inversion of sacrifice though? Like, I mean, if you think
it is,
about
absolutely.
oh my gosh, Marvel, Thanos, when he's like, he has to kill the thing that he loves the
Right.
most, and that's his daughter. That's always how that side of things takes it. You have to kill the thing you love the most.
Right.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you guys were watching some of the things I did with Benjamin, but that's something that we talked about with sacrifice. And what kinds of things do people love the most? Victimhood. That's a legit sacrifice.
Yeah.
Because you have to love. I mean, on some levels, I mean, if you talk to somebody who's living it, they're going to be like, no, I don't love being this way. I'm like, then give it up. It's hard. It's very difficult to give up terrible, bad habits. So it's interesting that side is always like, I think maybe it's just from Abrahamic stories like Isaac, kill your son if you love me, give up the thing that you love. And there is something to that, because if you have these, incredible attachments, then you are hanging on to things too tightly. So I kind of get it. And those are very extreme examples that I don't approve of, but I get it. And maybe that's something that we're needing to move out of. We're talking about goats and things like that. And really, from the heathen perspective, your meal is the sacrifice. If a sheep gets eaten by a wolf in the wild, that sheep wasn't a sacrifice. Energetically, nature's like, okay, that one's weak, it can go. It moves things in favor of the predator in that sense. So it's the same with us. If I have an animal on my farm that I'm going to eat, I can eat it in reverence, knowing I'm not starving today. This is for my life. You treat those things with reverence, not like this crazy, I'm making a sacrifice to the gods. Like, you guys are the gods. It's you. Like, you want to have a party about, it's a barbecue. Yeah, you can have a good time, but like, don't make it so weird. You don't have to make it weird.
I've been thinking
It's a good
lately
point,
that
'cause,
sacrificing the attachments would be the most effective thing. Actually, sacrificing that which you don't want that you have is very worthy, like a habit or an attachment to some situation or behavior. If you can sacrifice that, isn't that much harder to sacrifice than, something that you have abundantly that is a quote unquote good thing?
It's not a sacrifice if it's easy. And isn't that Jewish ritual of, putting all your sins on a goat? Those are all the bad things. You're sacrificing all the bad things. That's going to go.
That's right. That's what the lawyer is.
This is my
lawyer.
goat. This is my goat right now.
Is that
And
your
I'm
last? Your last
sacrificing.
one?
Nope, I'm chewing the hell out of gum, so I don't.
Yeah, do
put
it.
those stupid nicotine
There you go.
nicotine pouches in my mouth.
Nice. Good job, man. Do it, Romie, do it. I got a book. I'm gonna email you.
I'm doing fine. Yeah, I'll be all right.
I know. No,
Is
that
it
was
big-
great.
Is it big and blue?
No, absolutely not. No,
So
I wouldn't threaten you like that.
Rachel, so much of our culture is, putting your sins onto somebody else and expecting them to give you remedy.
Right.
That's the pharmakia, and pharmakia relates to Ophiuchus quite directly. But I really like what you're saying about, there is no mediator. There is no other person who can give you the remedy. You got to do a self-sacrifice. And
But
that's
you step into it.
right.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I love that. I love that.
You have to become the mediator. And I think that's the role from moving, from Scorpio into Ophiuchus. Like there's, you can choose to keep Ophiuchus hidden. That's fine. But it is important to recognize that process, because that's how I see it. It's very much stepping into the Hierophant, because that's what's going to allow you to be a good emperor, is becoming that mediator. And I think, we look at the past, we look at things like Egypt, and, we had all these god deities that were also kings and leaders and queens, and they saw themselves as gods. And there's nothing wrong with that. But when your role as mediator becomes self-centered, which is a trap of Leo, this all happened in the age of Leo, and we're moving into Aquarian themes, then you have to take responsibility and teach other people to also be mediators. It can't just be about you. Your job is to empower.
Yeah. It matches too, Rachel, the part of Scorpio from, moving between the two signs. For some people, is symbolic of the transformation from being the stinging scorpion into either the phoenix or the eagle. So to me, what you're saying still makes sense with that idea that, the Scorpio has this aspect of wanting to sting itself and others, but if it can get out of it, then it could just fly, then it could be all good and be redeemed. Also, the phoenix seems like the more powerful symbol, of course.
Well, absolutely, because if you're think about it elementally, Scorpio is fixed water. That's, that's a bowl of water. That's my cup. How do you get from fixed water to mutable fire. How do you go from water to fire? You need a
Yeah.
mediator. You need glass, you need metal, you need wood, you need
mercury.
Something. Yeah, you need mercury essentially.
Or Hermes too. You can call him Hermes and make
Yeah.
more sense, so people don't think you're talking about the liquid.
Right.
Oh, it's one small
sort of
drop of
solid.
transmutation, please. Does anyone have any transmutation with them?
Only a tad.
If you have any at all, it will work.
Oh my god. What the
Need a
heck?
pet detective to solve
Whoa.
this goat murders.
Junior.
Yes.
There's an
Yes.
issue
That's the
with
thing.
killing goats. Yeah, this is Ace Ventura Pet Detective Junior.
Man, I am so. How is this a real thing? And I didn't know about it.
That's
Like,
trippy. You know
Because we're
what?
not paying attention to these people. They're just doing whatever they want.
There's so much.
Yes. Yes, it's exactly. I'm not a kid anymore. I don't
A
care.
child knows it's wrong to kill a goat. A kid is a
Mhm.
goat. Children
Right.
know murder is wrong. Don't kill
Wow,
goat people. Don't kill them.
Don't do that.
Dude, Alan, this is crazy because that picture of the Pet Detective Junior looks just like the poem that I put on my kid's Valentine's card that I wrote for the dog for my kid. It reads something like, "Chew toys are black and white, and
You got this, Gabriel. You got it.
chew toys are black and white, and
Do you need a tissue?
kitties are too. I'm gonna whimper, whine, and lick your ears as soon as I see you."
Nice. Perfect.
And then,
We got-
and then I put a little paw. I signed it with the paw, just like that Ace Ventura thing you just pulled up.
Yeah.
It's cute.
Come here, come say hi. Come say hi. Come here, come say hi. Tell Troy, what a great little
The
poet
movie
you
poster
are.
still has me so disturbed that I don't even want to say anything. I just am so shook by that horrible movie poster. Like the idea of what, and you said no, never mind. It has something to do with the goat still too? No, never mind. I'm moving on. You guys do whatever you want.
We're not going to sacrifice you. You don't have to worry.
She looked concerned. She's like,
She does, yeah.
Yeah, she said, "You talking to me? You finally get me on camera. You're gonna talk about sacrifice? I'm out of here, man."
There's a
You don't even have any dog
McLaughlin-
treats with you. I can
is
smell
Sarah
it.
McLaughlin song for ASPCA or something, in the eyes of an angel.
oh yeah.
If we had the rights to
Saddest.
play that, we'd be playing that right now
Yeah.
to save the animals,
Oh,
especially.
you'll make everyone cry. Everyone will cry.
Speaking
Some
of
episodes.
copyright, should we give an update to the lost episode to our
Oh yeah.
Lost and
Oil
We
people.
would all love to hear an
Yes,
update on
please.
the contents and presentation of episode 63. Is that right? Was it 63?
The lost.
Man, it was a good one though.
Yeah, it was really good.
Good.
So, to me, this is just the universe dealing out some fate. Like, oh, you really, really enjoyed what you did? You want to look at it again?
Sometimes
Yeah.
No, it's just Alan playing copyrighted stuff on the stream. It's very simple.
there's no conspiracy
It will be
here.
available.
It's hard to follow the rules.
We know
all
what
struggle
YouTube is. We know what it
following
is
the
now.
rules. Yeah.
Well, I realized foolishly that I was sharing the link to the YouTube video in the live YouTube chat that I was streaming on stream. So the AI algorithm did not have to work very hard to identify the fact that we were playing.
You ratted yourself out
Hold
in
on,
4K.
let him
is
finish.
What, you're
What,
saying,
what are you saying, Alan?
Sorry.
I'm saying I am guilty of playing videos that I found on YouTube on a live stream that we streamed to YouTube. And then I posted the URL of the video I was playing on YouTube into the live chat to make the job easiest for the AI to identify the video that I was
I
playing.
see.
How many Hail Marys is that?
I'm honest about it. Okay.
Oh, I love
Honest
it.
about it.
Hearing the actual details because that's interesting.
No, this is great. I'm glad that
So-
people don't think
so-
that it just we were.
I'm glad we got
sensitive.
that out of the way.
Yeah.
It's a lost episode for now. I don't know that we violated any community guidelines. We are the bad boys, the bad spiders, the spider gang. of YouTube, but I don't know that we violated any community guidelines.
I don't think so.
Bad
That's a co-
boys.
you should
It was
should just be a
yeah.
copyright thing, right, Jimmy?
I think it's just a copyright issue, but the issue,
Yeah, it's just a copyright issue.
yeah, we'll figure out if we want to resolve that. But the episode is not lost. We have it, and I guess if people want it,
It'll be available this week. I can make it available. Cut the part out, re-upload it.
but we need to emphasize the point.
Unless
This is a live stream. Anything could
We're
happen.
losing Jim. He's turning into
Yeah,
An
you're
AI
roboting a
robot.
little bit.
Jim was having some bandwidth issues. This is a live stream, and anything could happen. So the people that are here live witnessing it as it unfolds, as we untangle the weave and follow the threads of the tapestry, you really got
I
to.
just want to reiterate that Alan is correct. We are the spider gang of YouTube, and anything could happen. This is true.
And you know, a sucker might get cut.
There is
It
some
just happens,
speculation that we
You know,
that the videos we played that were on YouTube, they were on YouTube, and it might have been a WMG dropping a WMD on the live stream that cut us
Yeah.
off for 90 seconds, and then we returned to the stream, and then we continued to play copywritten material, and then after the stream was over, they said, no, you need to talk to the lawyers.
I think they just didn't want me to win bingo because I was really close.
Right.
That's funny.
That's what it is,
I'm
yeah.
glad to hear. I want
Yeah.
to know how many people
That's
are
right, it
playing.
was
We need
you.
to
We
make
all
some
put
kind of a
hats on to
gauge.
help you.
I
We
know.
get a,
We're like
Okay,
enter
this
it in the chat if you're playing bingo. Always put 3 X's in the chat if you're actively playing bingo. We want players to identify themselves if they're willing. Now, obviously, you don't have to.
Yes, use the
But that'd be
symbol
cool if we could get a running list if who was playing
in our
bingo.
chat room to identify that you're playing bingo. XXX.
That would be
Is-
good.
this is a coin
I like it.
from the state in India where this goat story came from,
Mhm.
and supposedly from 570 to 712, what they're calling CE, I guess, Common Era.
Mhm.
And it's apparently depicting a fire altar with ribbons. I don't know if I see that, but that's what they're calling it. And there's a star and crescent flanking flames, it says. Not sure I
Wow.
see the crescent yet. But it's an interesting image, especially if it's meant to be fire, because it reminds me back of our I Ching draw.
Are you Ching?
Oh,
Yes, that's what I
interesting.
was thinking.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Mm.
Symbol for fire
cool.
at the bottom left here. There's fire trigram. These
Okay.
3 fiery wavy lines.
Wow.
Wow.
Interesting.
You know, and that plays into that my last video, where I led in with the word aris in Latin means altar.
Interesting.
ARIS has is defined as altar, and also green dragon and dragon root came up in the translator for that. That was a cool looking coin. It looked like somebody had bit it, and then they tried to repair it. It looks like it's been altered a couple times.
Yeah. I can bring it back up if you want.
Altered.
Mm-hmm. They brought it. They had to bring it back to the metalsmith.
Yeah.
I always thought it was funny how they gave us Bitcoin when in the ancient days you would bite the coin to see if it was real precious metal.
Exactly, and
They
then it's
play
and
on these things to make people believe it's a real store of value.
right,
Yeah.
and it's bait coin. Once you bite it, it hooks you.
And once it's
Guys,
been bit, you'll find out the price.
doesn't the head Aries bite the heel of Christ, Pisces?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So you bite it to make sure it's real. You go through a sting, you go through an initiation, you go through something to test your metal.
Nice.
Yeah, nice.
Wow, test your metal.
And they're gonna do a bit on us.
Nice.
They
Well, I
switched-
think people
Excellent.
try. That's what a lot of this was, this great reset. It was to force that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's been a long time since people have had rites of passage. So is that something you can force somebody to do? Can you force someone to evolve? How well does that work out?
Right.
Hmm.
And have you
No,
guys
evidence shows it splits you into more than one person, and neither evolves effectively until you make them back into one person again.
Yes.
Yes. So read up on your Carl Jung.
Right? Well said. Good
That sounds
point.
familiar.
You know,
Speaking
the real
of
answers to all your
shadows.
questions are probably hiding in your dreams, which you're intentionally ignoring subconsciously so that you don't find out anything about yourself.
What's interesting is the coin apparently is said to have come from the Sasanian Empire, which is like
Ooh,
modern day Iraq.
there's
So
a Isisian.
isn't that also a split, that Abrahamic split? Is that you have sheep on one side and goats on the other?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. The 9
I
to
just-
the 3. Yeah.
I just shared in the chat because I didn't screen share, but
Wait.
I did the shadows of Aries, and I have a ram skull facing off against a goat skull.
Hell yes.
Sheep on one side,
Goats on the other.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see that separation as bad necessarily, but it's always interpreted that way. They're like, Jesus is going to come and he's going to separate the sheep and the goats. And I'm like, okay, so your Christ consciousness separates you
Right.
from being a follower or somebody who's independent AF.
Yeah, it's like everything that the dark occult does is division power. They've got the power of division, which is artificial because nothing is ever separate in the fractal universe.
Right.
That's
Or
why they
even
operate on the
this-
mind, because the mind is what makes the cut.
Right.
Mind is what holds the boundary. It's all imaginary.
That's what that spear is. Spears are
Right.
usually representative of the mind.
And Rachel, you've got the enmity between the seeds here going
Mhm.
on at the root. This is
Crook and the
gorgeous.
flail.
Yeah.
Yes, perfect. This is a beautiful,
This
beautiful.
is
piece of art.
fantastic.
It's even the pyro, the Chiron with the man. That is
Even the
so-
way that your name, your watermark is on it. Got your Christian name on one side and your
Hey, that's good.
Romie!
Mexican radio
Yeah,
host.
totally.
We have Mexican radio host Rashad with us.
Woo. Welcome.
Yo, what is
Sweet.
happening, everybody?
This is exciting.
Yes.
Yeah, man. Welcome.
Welcome, welcome.
Yeah,
road has
welcome to
led to
Living
Romie.
Spiders for sure.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's quite an honor to be invited on such a truly amazing show with such a panel of wide variety of amazing humans.
Oh, wow. Oh, you go on. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you for saying so.
Takes one to
Down
know
in-
one.
Aw.
Yeah, it takes one to know one, man. We all dig your stuff because I heard you on. I mean, you're new to me, but I heard you on the FRC, and I mean, we dig those guys. And
Oh, they're amazing. They're so sweet.
right.
Yes.
I found out
Genuine-
Legs' real name.
No,
know
don't tell
it
me.
too.
I'm not telling.
Thank you. Okay, tell me.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Eternal surprise.
Somebody actually,
That's a great name. Her
chance
name is
card.
Eternal Surprise. That's her
Surprise.
name. That doesn't surprise me actually that Legs' real name is Eternal Surprise.
It was a callback to the eternal surprise from earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I know.
So our surprise guest is here. Can we explicitly state the name of the guest and who this person
All right.
is? for
Maybe we should all
everyone
shut
who
up for
doesn't
like
know what's
5
going
whole
on?
minutes at least.
yes.
I better push mute.
I mean, you.
So welcome our featured guest, who we'll allow to introduce himself to all of us, since I'm not sure all of us even know who he is. Our mystery man of the evening.
Oh, I know who he is.
Oh, tell us who he is, Chance. Who is this man?
I think he's frozen.
Oh, he's frozen. That's what I kept waiting for him to like. Buddy.
I don't think he's frozen. He's
There he
blinking.
is. He's
blinking.
playing us. He's playing us.
He's
Oh,
Abe Lincoln.
man.
Homie,
Who are you?
Can you introduce yourself?
Wait,
Tell us
are
all
you
about-
talking
Yeah,
to me?
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Tell us
yeah.
about your
Oh,
show.
I did not think that I was this honored guest. Wow, I'm blushing. I'm blushing.
you're-
Hello. Holy snap, crackle pop. Well, I am Homie Romie from the Rising from the Ashes podcast. And the reason you haven't heard me because I am a new baby. I am an infant covered in cosmic goo from the placenta of understanding and gnosis. And oh my God. What is your cat's name, Chance? Does it have a name?
Gandalf the Grey.
Oh my gosh. Wow. That's amazing.
He gets grumpy.
Shit. We just jumped off of a 2-hour group chat where we were discussing God, Satan, duality, and understanding with about 7 people, 2 authors and 3 other podcasters, and it was a whirlwind. We went into a lot of things, and yeah, like I personally have been working on some side research ever since I started looking up the occult and all of the awakening moments, and it's called Antiquated Transhumanism and Resonance Architecture. It stemmed from really digging into the Tartaria theme, and yeah, it started going from there. So it's kind of this deep research that I am trying to expound on. Before I went on to my Mark's show, My Family Thinks I'm Crazy, and did my first presentation ever. And then I was like, okay, no more for a long time, because, once you start doing it, you start to answer a lot of these questions that you didn't even know you had questions. And there's so much. So it is working theory and stuff that I am trying to basically expose the use of scepters and crowns and these shields and swords and these different tools that were used by our ancient ancestors to actually unleash their connection to the conscious cloud of the collective consciousness. So it's transhumanism, right? Is uploading or connecting your consciousness to the cloud of whatever that may be. So antiquated transhumanism would be without quantum computing, and would be with the Earth's magnetic system and using the tools like gold, which is obviously one of the master alchemical things. Sorry, I drank a lot of coffee earlier, late in the evening, and here we are. And then resonance architecture obviously is everything from pyramids to cathedrals. Mainly cathedrals is the area that I'm trying to do the most work on, because it's all really dense. Like, you can't really find true actual information on these. It's all Wikipedia information, and then whatever stems from the local government there. So Argentina, Paraguay, Uruguay, China, they all have these exactly whole. And there's so much. What I found out about these windows and the old stained glass windows, and this is amazing advanced technology, is they were actually using nanoparticles of silver and gold. And there's this thing in modern science that we call LSPR, which is light spectrum plasma resonance. And so everything is so specifically designed to heighten the energy within cathedrals, down to the stained glass having these gold and silver nanoparticles, that the plasma on the other side, when it gets hit with sunlight, changes the resonance within the opposing side that the light is refracting in on. And so everything was so into ascension and connection to the collective consciousness that, we're obviously being, lied to about suppression of history and the true understanding of the nature. And one more thing before I stop rambling, and please, dear sweet Lord, someone stop me soon.
But we want to hear what you had to say, man.
Yeah, dude,
digging it.
You're saving the show. It was
this is great.
It was going to goat hell.
Oh goodness. Wow, look at this one. And you see, yeah, this is so good. So John Levy is one of my amazing,
here.
Yeah.
Everyone knows
Levy's
John
badass.
Levy. He's amazing.
Yeah.
God, dude, I love him.
So
Where was it
mellow,
going? Oh, the cross. Okay, one more thing. So the cross, I think through my research and what I understand is that the cross is an energetic symbol that has been used for a very long time to actually abstract. I want to say abstract. To collect ether energy, right? So it's attached to very large spires. The higher you go up in the atmosphere, the more electric conductivity is. And so
it's the multi-barred crosses, right? Not just one bar.
Well, so
there's accumulator.
I shouldn't have cut in. You were going on a roll.
Well,
Sorry, man.
No, it's okay. But the cross that we familiarize with monotheistic religion to eschew us from the actual true nature of understanding physics and understanding the electromagnetic system, that was given the false pretense as that it has religious or spiritual understanding, but it doesn't. It's a physics understanding. It's an alchemical understanding. It's an alchemical symbol that has a very, very deep history, and Jesus being put on there through these monotheistic religions, I think is a symbol of Jesus. Could be the connection, right? The understanding, the Ophiuchus, the higher consciousness, ourselves connecting to our higher consciousness being taken away, and that body of Jesus being put on the cross is the death of our higher consciousness and the death of this heightened atmospheric energy society or culture. And so it's like, no, you won't get to know the real reason of the cross. You won't get to know the real reason of the cathedrals. You won't get to know the real reason of the old ways of connecting to the ether energy. And this character, JC, whatever it may be, I don't fucking know. And I don't want to ever claim to know. I don't want to be that guy that claims to fucking know things, but this is what I feel. This is what I look up, and things that really interest me, because everything else is boring as fuck. And so yeah, but like Chance was saying, there's the multiple barbed crosses, there's so many.
It's funny you should mention.
I want to talk to you about this one.
Yep. We do have a traditional first question for all new guests, and I'm going to ask it now because you mentioned it. What is your favorite? Are you ready for this?
Oh.
What is your favorite Nintendo 64 game?
I could have sworn he was gonna. The real question is, what's your favorite Christian rock band?
That's right.
Under Oath.
Under Oath.
For sure.
You knew right away too. That's
you already had it.
No. This is
nice.
episode 64, and we're a Nintendo fan club. So we're in the middle of our meeting discussing the history of Nintendo and the hidden Masonic imagery in Super Mario 64. But you haven't answered the question yet. What is your favorite Nintendo 64 game?
I think I go and fall back completely on nostalgia. I just turned 30 this year, born in 91. So for me, the 64 came out at such a time where it was just like, whoop, there's nothing else. It was 64. That was the greatest console. And I think Mario 64, like the classic, was the one. Jumping into paintings. I mean, the creative, shit in there was just like, if you're a kid, jumping into liquid paintings reminds me of that movie with Macaulay Culkin, Page Master. Holy shit.
Yeah. I love
Anybody
that.
else got a favorite game? I would definitely have to choose Mario Kart, I think. But I'm curious now because I've never heard this question posed on the show. And so that's a great answer. The true foundational, traditional answer, right?
This is episode 64 of the Nintendo 64 fan club.
I believe my favorite is The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask.
Ooh, yeah.
Superior to Ocarina of Time.
I never had Nintendo 64. I skipped something somehow and went straight for Sega Genesis.
Ooh.
Because it had the Mortal Kombat.
That predates 64.
Was it predate? That's why I skipped it, because I was like, I already got Mortal Kombat.
I have everything I need.
Old man.
If Gordy was going to tell us his memory of 9/1999, the release of the Sega Dreamcast, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, we're all ears. Tell us about it.
Nintendo 64 today on the show. So let's keep it on topic, Gordy. Please. No Sega Genesis talk.
Hey.
I can tell,
Aw.
Alan, your bias for Nintendo over Sega is plainly showing, and I
We
agree
are
with you, but
Nintendo
I'm just letting you
fanboys
know.
here, and this is episode 64 discussing Nintendo 64. Please, let's keep it on topic.
And not the Atlantean Sonic connection.
My first
Well,
video
now-
game was the Genesis with X-Men.
Yes.
Yes.
X-Men 2.
Well, let me point out, Alan, that I think all of the 8-bit music you hear by Adam Lohr over Picture Show and such was a goodly portion of that was probably made with Mario Paint on the Nintendo 64. So.
Oh
That's
yeah,
cool.
let's
Adam
talk
Lore
about
Lore.
Adam Lore.
Yeah, Adam Lohr's doing a lot of stuff. If you're curious to find a new, completely insanely awesome, yet kind of strange and interesting and funny artist, he's my brother. His name's Adam Lohr. He's been publishing comic books and tons of music on Bandcamp, stuff that I used to listen to in my truck when I drive around. And I think it would fit right into your vibe, Romie. You probably dig it.
Yeah, because Romie, you're a musician too, right, buddy?
I do like to jam. It's like one of the greatest things, and a dream to make music, and slowly it's happening. But it's hard.
Here.
It's difficult. Oh shit. Hey, I like. Okay, what is this sweet gentleman with the beautiful hat and horns and furry, great, beautiful beard down there?
That's Jim.
He's our great patriarch, Jim.
Yes.
He's our Moshe, the initiate.
Check out my slippers, man.
Yeah, look at they go
nice.
together.
Oh,
Yeah, these
snap.
guys go together.
Oh, it's awesome.
Oh, snap.
Those Sasquatch boots.
I hope you had
Yes.
on your bingo
Those
cards
warm.
feet shown on screen,
Oh,
because that
feet.
doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, do it again,
Dang
man.
it.
Would you do that? Let me do that one more time. Let me get a screen cap, bro.
If somebody has Bigfoot
Yeah.
slippers, you just got to black out. You just got to black out. You just won.
Thank you.
That is sweet.
Dan, my partner,
Appreciate you.
gets mad
Drop
when
that
I
in the chat.
he gets mad when I do yoga or show my feet on the screen. He's like, "Why did you?" I don't know if you guys ever listen to our show. We have quite the duality in energy. Dan's
Yeah.
very like laid back, and I'm the opposite. And so like sometimes I just have to do stretches and I have to move and transfer the energy. And he's just like, "Don't show your feet on screen." Oh, and I'm like, "Dan,
Yeah,
you
the
cannot
wings on
control
your feet.
me."
That's right. That's right.
Can't
Hold my
control
feet
me.
if I want.
No, you can have a high preference for no feet on screen, but you can't have a demand about it. It's not real. Beyond the
It
realm
is.
of reality when you
start
demand another
rebellion.
person to do something.
And I
Yeah,
will
that's right.
respect that.
Digital ritual, guys. I'm telling you. This is
You
the
have
trend.
this weird
Oh,
ass
beautiful.
cult of
Yeah, yeah.
people that just film themselves putting their feet in the dirt or the snow like crazy people every day.
Yeah, Alan, if you want to start at the top, I'll read it if you'll scroll through it.
Yeah, this
If
is
you guys wanna.
interesting.
Have
Have you never
guys
seen this? Now,
thread?
is the guy that made this actually converted to Orthodoxy? I think so. He's no longer. He's sworn off his
Wow.
occultism. His name's Owen Broadcast. I'm pretty sure that's who made this thread. Because he used to have a kind of a hermetic website, but then he had a transformation in his life, and now he's married with a baby and is a Christian guy.
A lot of the
But I
same
love this
stuff
thread, and I share this with people
saved.
all the time because it's wonderfully laid out and good.
And we can begin the introduction of it. This is episode 64 of the Nintendo 64 fan club. And we're investigating the esoteric symbolism as vigilant citizens, exposing the hidden symbolism in your innocuous Nintendo games.
So is this the origin of Bitcoin? Like the 64 stands for 64 bits.
Right.
So they were programming us this far back to venerate and value virtual coinage,
Wow.
Bits have
Yeah.
always been a computer
good.
lingo.
Yeah.
right? But the 64 made
bits is-
put that idea unspoken in our childhood minds.
Yeah.
Well,
may
yeah,
need
but
to
when we
ask
were
our
kids, did we
guests
really
next
say that it
week
was
about this.
64 bits, or did we just say it was an N64?
Right, but the
Just to play
unspoken-
devil's advocate.
Well, okay, yeah, but we were prophesizing by not saying it. That we were waiting to grow up to find out the fabric of the universe is made out of bits.
The coins in Super Mario 64 are actually pentacles. They are coins from tarot and occult symbolism. In this game, you play the role of a Mercury-type character, Mario, traveling into the earth and between the realms.
Wow.
The first map is a trail that winds up a giant mountain with obstacles along the way. This is an extremely common occult image found, for example, in Rosicrucianism. At the top of this mountain is usually some regal symbol that embodies divinity.
The
That's
Globus Cruciger, one of the high and the
Nice.
integrated transhumanism.
Nice.
Yeah.
You know, that's
Yeah, I love your
also-
title, by the way.
If
By
you
the way,
scroll back
man.
up, I think there's even stars, like 5-pointed stars, and up.
Yeah.
Oh no, there's 6-pointed stars. Yeah, that makes more sense for
On the
Rosicrucianism.
tree.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. Trippy.
That also looks like the Hieronymus Bosch thing where the Christ comes to the. Sean, do you know which one I'm talking about? The Hieronymus Bosch painting where
I think so. Yeah, yeah. Look,
or Rachel, you might.
Paradise
Sorry.
and is that the one?
I'm trying to
you're thinking
remember.
of?
I don't know if I know the name of it. I'd have to look real quick.
So the history.
But
of
I want
Nintendo
everyone to hear
starting as a
Romie's title
planning
again.
company.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, Alan. Go ahead.
Right. This is the Nintendo Fan Club. This is episode 64, and we're discussing the history of Nintendo 64, occult symbolism.
That's right.
Super Mario 64. Okay, guys, we'll keep it on topic tonight.
Right. Thank you,
Nintendo
Alan.
began
Thank you,
as a
Alan, so much.
company that made cards that some used for divination. So, as our esteemed, honored, venerable guest was stating earlier, this game mechanic of jumping into paintings.
Hmm.
And there's this floating world painting
Wow.
from the Edo period.
Like the Invisible College poster or
So Gordy,
carving.
perk your ears up. In this level, Mario meets an owl. The owl instructs you to look into his shadow. Owl is probably the most classic secret society symbol. It's on the dollar bill, y'all. DC layout and associated with Athena. I'll take you wherever you want to go. As long as my wings hold out, watch my shadow and grab on.
Watch my shadow.
This is in the game, everybody. And
The
here's our
floating fortress is interesting.
Yeah, like Howl's Moving Castle.
connection. It's
Castles in the sky.
Watch My Shadow is a Dante reference.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. Gordy was just thinking of Bosch.
Also, Mario is nearly an anagram for Romie. Very close.
This owl ride drops you into a caged island. You must consider that groups like Skull and Bones do ritual magic with each other. Of course, they would think millions of people enacting these archetypal and specific situations could affect their psyche, something collective. In Freemasonic rituals, they will put you into a coffin and have you enact your own death. Mario dies, right? How many lives does Mario have?
Wow.
In the next
never
level, Mario
conceptualized
descends
that.
into a sunken pirate ship, descending into the depth of water and coming back up again. Pirates is also a theme that's symbolic. Do you remember that water level? Do you remember
Yes.
that plays in that level?
They had the best music.
Though they're
The checkerboard floor there.
Oh, that's vibes.
I was about to poo-poo all this and be like, well, everything's symbolic, but he's on a checkerboard floor.
And there is a part where Mario chases the white rabbit. Also, let's not forget that.
Oh yeah, that you can never fucking catch.
Right.
Oh, I caught it.
It doesn't surprise me. He's already taken mushrooms, so it's no surprise he goes right to the white rabbit. You know?
This thread goes on and on. We can maybe pull out some more from it because this is episode 64 and we are a Nintendo 64 fan club.
Oh, Alan, you're killing me with your stick, man.
Well, there are just, on the Asian note, there are 64 I Ching gates and there are 64 codons in your genes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nice. Nice.
So there is
Put that bit in your pipe and smoke it.
I need a good head on my shoulders. Do you know of anybody in need of a good body? Please, I'll follow you if you do. There's a headless right ritual here. You have to assemble a snowman who's lost his head.
The numbers in this screen they keep showing all add up to 3, one way or another. It's sort of kind of.
There are 120 stars to collect in the game. And then there's a basement as well. And this thread goes on and on and on. So if you think this is coincidence or if you think this is parody, I'm not sure myself.
The star in the middle of the pool there, that's a classic kind of like like state capital or country capital kind of building, old world thing going on there too. It's interesting.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh, I
Robbie,
want to see if we
one of
got
the-
this right, Romie. It's antiquated transhumanism and the resonance architecture. Is that what you said?
See.
Cool. That's great. I'm excited to see what you're bringing forth because it sounds badass.
Oh,
you know,
thank you.
Romy,
Bass
one of the-
Pro? There's a Bass Pro pyramid.
Yeah,
I live in the
there's a pyramid
yeah.
downtown Sacramento next to the river too.
Yeah, there's one of
And it-
those in Phoenix.
city where I live is where the original Bass Pro is located.
Is that in Memphis, Tennessee?
Springfield, Missouri, but I don't know about that picture. Maybe that's Memphis.
I think the one we're looking at might be from Memphis.
Hmm.
There's talk of missing capstones. I'm just going to keep scrolling down here. If you see anything,
I think there might be several Bass Pros that have that shape. Like it's sort of
Yeah.
That's weird.
Wait,
design.
go back up.
Oh, Pyro. It's a pyramid. It's the base of the pyramid.
You know, Romy, you were talking about the cross being kind of a orgone accumulator type of idea.
Mhm.
And I always thought of, I can't stop thinking about that now. Every time I see a Capitol building or some dome downtown that has some Freemason symbol, that the top always has copper or
Oh yeah.
something like that, some precious metal that they're made of, especially in Arizona, everything's copper. Like we've got tons of every single one of the Capitol buildings has a copper dome.
L. So who's L?
L might be Luigi or L might be laid by the Freemasons.
I was thinking L as in
Inky and Enlil.
L, E-L.
Yeah. It does say L is real.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's kind of the straight go-to on that. L is real. Holy shit, that is fucking nuts.
Isn't L is also the villain in Death Note, and
Well, yeah.
the L rune has to do with water.
I've got the answer,
Oh.
maybe.
Okay.
L is real. What if you put is real together? What do you get?
L is real. Oh,
Okay, so Israel in the ancient world was the name for first the entire ecliptic or zodiac, and then it became a name for Saturn.
Right. The
Before it was
L.
before, and L is a name for Saturn. So L is real.
Yes, you got it. Here, I got a sync for this.
Talking. I'm gonna
Yeah.
keep scrolling. There's more. This
I
is a
mean,
long thread.
L. Ron Hubbard.
Ooh.
L. Ron
Oh.
Hubbard is an anagram for RH Elon over D. Uber. Uber as in over. So we've got RH Royal House, Elon Musk over the Deltas, the zombie race.
Whoa.
Let me read this exactly how it's printed here. It says, in this level, there are enemies that have big eyes and they watch you. There's these ghosts, right? So it implies that maybe Mario has died or there's an element of death here. But the way you defeat this boss, this big boo, you circumambulate it. You have to run around circumambulation of this boss to defeat it. So do you run clockwise or counterclockwise?
Well, what did they do in Babel? How many times did they have to go
You're thinking
around
of
to
Joshua in the Battle of
blowing-
Jericho, walking
with
around the walls
Jericho?
of the
Yes,
city?
thank you, Jericho. It's the
7 times and
7 times.
Yeah.
I have to blow the trumpets.
Yeah,
Okay,
they
so I
march.
around
sourced
the
it.
walls.
I sourced it. Israel was Saturn to the Phoenicians. That's what it
Nice.
was.
There is a
Oh.
coffin in this level as well.
So it's
And
like
Israel is Isis Ra El. So L is real. L is real.
Yeah,
Hmm.
that was a trip.
so many of these stories, even in this game, you have the hero who he goes through the hero's journey. You know, he's going through the underworld. He's passing through the underworld. He's seeing these ghosts and all this stuff, and you know, going to the highest heights, and it's kind of fun the way that they're telling the story. That's what we're looking at.
Super fascinating too, because you know it is a Japanese game, right?
Yeah.
Out of Japan, and out of complete like more of like, you know, the eastern part of the world. So they're tying in all of these, you know, what we would consider, I guess, Western occultism, and but I'm sure they have similar ties. I am not hip, unfortunately, to any Eastern occultism, but I think that their, you know, spiritual history is different ties. Does anybody have any enlightenment on any sort of Eastern occultism? Just for like some like basic noob stuff, because I'm absolutely zero fond in any of that, and would just love just to kind of just get
in the roots. It's the same system.
Okay.
It really is.
And that's the
that's
the
what
big
really
trick.
to me, that's what they're showing in the game, is that you've got these Asian gentlemen, and they're making like the most Westernly symbolized thing that you could possibly see if you have eyes to see.
The text in this reads, "It is decreed that one shall pound the pillars. There are 2 pillars. Mario has been decreed to destroy 2 pillars.
Samson, strength.
Destruction of 2 pillars."
That's something we haven't talked about, is Samson being placed between the 2 pillars. We've talked about the high priestess in that position, but we've never talked about strength being in that position. Like, there's a reason he tears those down.
Yeah. And they're the different colors, so they're the scales, right? The yang yin kind of balance, Ouroboros energy going off of that too.
So here's where Mario becomes Metal Mario. He jumps into this hyperfluid liquid. Liquid mercury.
Hyper smooth, hyperfluid, metallic
Maybe
texture.
Mercury?
Quicksilver.
Red Mercury?
And he becomes Metal Mario.
Freddie Mercury. There's probably a music section.
This is like heavy metal Mario.
Oh, here you go. Here you go. What's this? What a trip. It's like mushrooms and alchemy and you know, old tarot and occultic wisdom all laced through this. And I've never like, I was hoping to go in a little bit on some Disney shit here, because I was watching Sir Gabe's video earlier today, and he talked about Hollywood moving over to Georgia, and there was some weird shit there. But this is kind of blown my mind, because I've never done it, but it's massive predictive programming.
Kind of end with this this thread here and just reveal that Mario wears a red cap, like a maybe not quite a Phrygian red cap, but he has this red cap with wings on him, signifying he's Mercury.
With the M on his hat. So
M for
you were talking earlier, Romie, you were talking about electromagnetic, right? Like that's one of the big secrets, electromagnetic fire.
Yep.
Well, the Empire has appropriated the M, that mercurial magical M, that's a 1 and a 3. And we talk a lot about the 1, 3, the Ophiuchus, the 13th sign. M is the right in the middle of the alphabet. It's the liminal space in between. And I just want to point out J and C. You mentioned Jesus Christ in the same sentence earlier. JC is a 1 and a 3.
Yes. So that's kind of a thing. We were just having this conversation on the group chat and group show, and I didn't really want to dive into this area of it, because people were sticking to more of like a energetic understanding of God and Satan, and then going more off of like, you know, kind of like, you know, you guys can listen to it and decipher it, whatever, so on and so forth. I don't want to get too deep into that, but I kept thinking to myself, JC, Jesus Christ, you know, as a numerological, as a gematria-logically breaking down JC, or Jesus Christ, as a symbolic, you know, a message to be understood, as opposed to like a physical person. And I don't know, y'all are so much like, every time I listen to y'all do your thing on here. The past couple times, I will say, just the quick just boom with the numbers and the letters and the symbolism behind it all. It's so quick and fascinating. Like that's something that has always been really intriguing to me, is to listen to people just pull that up on a whim. So I that's why I'm like stoked to be here. I'm like, shit, I'm not I'm not good at gematria or anything like that. So I think it's so cool.
But what's cool about these kind of things, and what should happen more often, is we all kind of have our little expertise too.
Yes.
Like, and everybody, like Chance has all these things that continually surprise me. Like all these amazing skills.
I've got one.
It's always sitting there with one.
Waiting for my opening.
But it happens. Like he's got something. Gabe has like 12 things already in his hopper already, and then all of a sudden, Sean will be like, "Oh yeah, like we were taking that crack tour in Holland, as we do."
The crack tour. They bring out all the different kinds of crack, and you have to choose which part of the city you're going to smoke each piece in, and you go on your little tour. It was a good time. The crack's not like you think in Holland. It doesn't mean the same as rock cocaine in Oakland. It's a completely different thing.
Oh, I bet it's completely different experience. Probably a lot more leather involved.
Exactly. Yeah, the crack is actually the sound. Exactly.
Okay, so before I forget this, I'm going to go back to the J and the C, because I was thinking about the runes for those letters, and that's Yera, which is J, and that is cycles, like seasonal cycles. It's often pictured as the masculine and the feminine.
Nice.
Kind of going this way. Okay. And then the C rune, which is more like a C and a K, because it makes that sound. That's for light. It's like a torch. So these are light cycles. So the things that we're observing are light cycles, and a being of light occurs at certain points in time to tell this story again. The one that comes.
What's the K called? What's the name of that?
Kenaz.
Kenaz. Yera Kanaz.
Yera Kenaz.
What runes are these that you're referencing here?
I'll show you.
That's another fascinating, part of history, is like all the different rune families.
That's a rune. And somebody brought this to my attention, that this is a cross on some priesthood robe, which is interesting. They're not directly related, but they're indirectly related when you're talking about energy and things that are pulling down, because it is the tree of life, and it is about drawing down things.
Cathode.
Yes. I think Benjamin Balderson's in the chat. So here's Yara. It goes that way.
Hail Balderson.
I think they're backwards. Sorry. So
we do have a traditional first question on rune stew.
Wow.
Rune stew.
Rashad and Roland. Were you a
Rune?
You said your favorite Christian band is Under Oath. Tell us more about that, please. I'm really interested.
I have a fucking sweet story about this. May I?
Yes, you may.
Please tell us.
Please.
Thank you.
You may, son.
Okay. So, when I was a young lad, I was in a Winco with my mother. Winco just opened up in our small little tiny town, and it was a big deal. And so my mother and I were shopping down the aisles, and when we came upon the rack of magazines, I saw one, AP magazine, Alternative Press, and I saw on the front it said, "Win backstage passes to Warped Tour." And I screamed like a giddy young lad and said, "Mother, please, may I have this? Actually, there's no choice. I'm throwing it in the basket. Please buy it for me." She said, "No, you'll never win." And I said, "Please get it for me." And I made a scene until I got it. Okay. Now, because I felt an energy, there was something going on. Right. And so I go home, open a magazine, find out how to win these tickets. And it was, you had to do a test. You had to do a test on all the bands that were going to be at Warped Tour. All the answers were in the magazine somewhere. You answered the quiz, then they get back to you, right? I studied that magazine like, I mean, I was a rebel, growing up. Like this was 100% hands down dedication. A couple weeks later, I got an email, and it's the first word just said congratulations. I threw my
Nice.
I freaked out. I was obsessed with hardcore music and that scene, and I was just like, wow. And I met a beautiful lady there as well, which was also awesome. And I got kissed by Joan Jett because backstage, you know what I'm saying?
Crazy.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Holy cow.
I can't even imagine what that must have been like. Did she kiss you on the mouth or kiss you on the cheek or what?
It was the cheek. It was the cheek.
Oh,
That's still awesome.
Which I preferred because, I was a bit chapped.
faint otherwise.
Yes, exactly. And then I wanted to suck the breath out and then fly away off to another astral dimension. Anyway, so I found Under Oath, and they were, I was just like, oh, yo, what's up, guys? Like, you guys are super tight. Like, and they're like, oh, you want to join our prayer circle? And I was like, prayer circle? Yeah. Like, I was not, I wasn't Christian or anything at the time. I just really liked their
Under
sound.
oath led you to the Lord, and you accepted Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. Under oath on the Warp Tour.
It was like I
Hallelujah.
did trust fall off the back. Just
Every man's dream.
Wow. You're hearing it live here first, folks. It's badass.
Sweetness. Well, that was it though. I mean, like, except for the afterwards, I wanted a drumstick and he didn't give it to me. So then I was like, fuck you. I hate you guys forever now. So.
Yeah.
Then you organize the Under Oath album burning in the parking lot and spend a night in jail.
Yep. That was my first incarceration, in which I had my first astral projection.
Okay,
Not
that
staying
leads us
here.
to our next question. What made you wake up?
Yes. Wait, for real?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Whatever that means to
Nintendo
you,
64
whatever,
fan
however
club.
you want to interpret that question, be my guest.
Okay.
It's art.
It changes, right? Because you like, memory is very interesting in the way that the hippocampus just gives us little gifts of random thoughts sometimes. I don't know. I really don't know. I think I'm not a psychic person. I don't claim to ever have any psychic abilities, but I've always had a pretty good intuition. And when I was younger, I kind of like stepped away from my family a lot because I just didn't really connect with my family too much, like it just wasn't like fun. And I flow in and out of like consciousness a lot throughout the day still, and I find myself on autopilot a lot. And so that's just happened since I was a kid. And then I was just like, oh man, like something about this government, something about this American government just smells really fishy. Like fourth grade, listening to Eminem and Kid Rock and Rob Zombie, all this shit. I was just like, there's something going on under the sea. And so I don't know. I think maybe I saw some ghosts when I was younger. I lived in a haunted house that they were like pretty benevolent spirits, and they would just be out in the field, and they would just be I told my mom they were white people. They were just little figures of white bodies that looked like they were doing field work and looked like they were like, just one was pulling a rake. And at the same time I had these life-size Raggedy Ann and Andy dolls that my grandma got me, and I always just did not like them. And when we lived in
those
that
fucking
house,
things. My grandma had those too.
dude,
I loved
terrifying.
mine.
Everybody has.
I loved mine.
No. I'm glad you had a good, like, those are things are like, they look like what you would consider a voodoo doll, right? Almost.
No,
not really. No,
they're
not at all.
sweet.
Yeah, they are. And that's also terrible. The whole voodoo doll thing, that's a whole deep rabbit hole of strangeness. But
And I got to point out, Raggedy Ann and Andy is a acronym. That's RAAAA. Rah!
There is something more to Raggedy Ann and Andy that we'll need to dig into deeper. And I will state that in my own personal life, I didn't often celebrate Halloween or dress up for Halloween, but I do have a memory of being dressed as
I don't believe you.
Raggedy Ann or Andy.
Raggedy Ann?
Yeah,
You didn't even get Andy?
No, I messed it up, guys. I think it was Raggedy Andy.
I was Raggedy
And I think
Andy one time.
And I think my sister was Raggedy Ann, and
I think I was like 4.
Oh, that's got
It's because you had a sister. See? Because I had nothing but sisters, so we couldn't do stuff like that.
And see how traumatizing it would be to have them as dolls and then to see them out and about on the night the spirits come alive. Okay.
I like weird stuff, so maybe that's why I don't think they're creepy.
I love weird shit. Weird is the best. But I would have these repetitive dreams. And my mother's door. And I reference my mother a lot because I was raised by a single mother. This is the best experience of all time.
Are you an earth sign?
Me too.
Are you an earth sign?
I'm a Scorpio.
Water, I knew it.
I'm a Scorpio basis sign, and then I'm a Taurus rising,
That's
Gemini moon.
I see. It's the rising.
I'm a very earthy boy. I like earthy things.
that's why you and Jim match with the feet and the horns.
Yeah.
The earth tones.
That was a bad interruption. It just I was wondering.
Okay, real quick.
No, that's insightful.
They would stab me every night for like 2 months in a row until like my mom actually like listened to me about the ghosts that I was seeing. Like I would just have these complete repetitive dreams of this white room would pop up. I would be in one end, Raggedy Ann and Andy would be in the other end, and then it would be bloody murder like every night. And me and my mom shared a door between our rooms, and she had a dresser on the other side of the door, so I actually couldn't enter through that door. I had to go through the living room and go to her door there. And I just was in such like a sleepy nightmare daze that I was like pounding on the door. It's like, Mom, let me in. Oh my God. And until like I just had to like cry to her one day. I was just like, because she was just like, you're not seeing ghosts, like that, blah blah blah. And I until these things like kept happening, she wouldn't fucking believe me. But when she did believe me, that's when it all stopped and went away. It was really strange. It was really weird.
That's a great story, man. Thank you.
Like that?
Yeah. So
check me out. Go ahead, Gordy, because mine's short. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, just weird things from childhood, and those kind of dreams. I remember having this reoccurring dream when I was a little kid, and it was while I was still in Tucson. So I know it was still before between 71 and 76 or 77. And I remember seeing train cars with people with their mouths, with just their mouth and their eyes, right, in these train cars. And years later, I would have this recurring dream, and it was horrific. But years later, Pink Floyd's The Wall came out. Do you remember the people with just the mouth and the eyes? And it freaked me out because I'd seen it. I'd seen that before.
That's scary.
In dreams.
The Wall's scary enough without it being your dreams coming true.
Yeah.
Wow, they tapped into some collective consciousness there with or you tapped into something there. That's real interesting. And
because what you described in your ghost experience was things that looked like they were glowing white, is what you said, right?
Yeah.
Right. So the only ghost experience I've ever had was when I was 4 years old. My stepfather's father, a man named Bruno, was a schizophrenic, but he lived by himself and he managed, but he was schizophrenic. Like we all knew, you go over there to see him, he might get weird because he's schizophrenic. Well, when I was just a little boy, I remember he always had oatmeal cookies with a little bit of raspberry filling in the middle. You know what I'm talking about, the soft ones, right? So I mean, I had a strong memory of his house because I wanted to eat them cookies.
Yeah.
But I remember I was in his tile bathroom. He had a blue tile bathroom with the sliding door on the shower, and I was in there going to the bathroom, and then I was screwing around in the bathroom afterwards, and this white hand stuck itself out from behind the shower and just showed itself to me and went like that, and I just screamed bloody murder and ran to my mother. And it gives me goosebumps even talking about it. And one time I started to mention it but didn't say anything, and then my mother brought it up and it freaked me out totally. Like she knew. She's like, "You were going to talk about when you saw a ghost when you were a little kid, huh?" I'm like, "Oh God, you remember it?" She's like, "Oh yeah, I remember." So
Wow.
Holy shit.
in my mind, since now that I'm older and looked at the world for a long time, it makes me think, okay, so dude's schizophrenic. That doesn't mean that he's got a chemical imbalance or any of the bullshit they say. More along the lines of that he's just standing between the veil, his headspace between regular consciousness, or what we would usually call a sleep consciousness, and the super consciousness of the universe is thin, And so it's like, oh, of course the ghosts are kicking it because they're welcome. They don't have to be ill at ease or sneak around, They're just like, we're here. We're up in this bitch,
Straight up. Yo, honestly, Major Bay on the screen right there.
Got a thing for moaning Myrtle?
Absolutely.
You like them like that?
Well,
Wispy and I guess moaning?
I like bathrooms, and she's kind of like, she like floats in the pipes and like
bathroom fetish.
Yeah, I just like they're good vibes. There's like water and stuff, and my favorite part of Harry Potter was always the bathtub, the special bathtub with the special bubbles, where you had to go take the egg and listen to the egg underwater, and there was like very fancy bubbles, and like you could like play on the bubbles, and there was like 40 or 50 different of these like nozzles that had these magic bubbles come through in this huge bathtub. Like what?
I don't know about that. I don't remember that.
I'm big on baths.
I got something burning a hole in something burning a hole in my pocket, and I knew that about you, Romie. You've said that before. Do a lot of baths. I want to bring this forward before we get too much further away from it.
Yeah,
dude, in the Epsom salt bath with oil and stuff, man.
Bro,
dude, yeah.
Throw some lavender in there with the hot. Make a little tea up in there.
Yo,
I do it. Yeah, I do it 3 or 4 times a week. I ain't lying.
Yeah, get you some beard oil, something nice.
What you got, Chance?
Yeah, man.
I want to substantiate the claim of Saturn being Israel. Right. Now, before I do that, a little background information. So this is coming from a quote from Sanchuniathon, translated by the Christian bishop Eusebius. So Sanchuniathon himself, if he existed, is suspicious because I'm lately of the persuasion that a lot of these places like Phoenicia and ancient Sumer and Troy are all zodiac sky clocking codes, and they're not real. They're mythology. But Sanchuniathon is apparently a Phoenician whose name in ancient Greek translates in the Romanized to Sanchuniathon, but it sort of means the god Sakon has given, which is a weird name. I don't know who Sakon or Sakon is. Anyway, all of his writing was apparently lost, along with all of Phoenician literature. So there is no Phoenician literature you could actually go look at. It all comes from translations from Roman bishops like Eusebius. And this is his work, Preparatatio Evangelica is where this comes from. From a time, according to Eusebius, when this was apparently from 1200 BC, according to him, around the time of Moses, supposedly. Moses is sky clock encoding all the way, doesn't exist. And from a time when Semiramis was the queen of the Assyrians, which also is silly, is being the same time as the heroic age of Greece or the Trojan War. None of that is probably a real time. So the quote in Latin, I can't really read the Latin very well, and it wouldn't help. So I'll just give you the literal translation that Eusebius says, that Sanchuniathon says. Saturn, therefore, is the name of Israel, whom the Phoenicians called the star of the same name, in the consecration after the death of each one. In those places, when he began to reign, a certain amount of the same country by the nymph, and the wife of the only son, who they called Anobretum, and he accepted them, and holding it, therefore he called the name of the Jews. So, kind of a hard, unwieldy quote there, but the mystery for me is, who is this Anobretum, who's the wife, or who's the son of Israel and the nymph? I hear some strange sound.
That's
That
interesting.
too.
The first thing I think of, or I'm
Bells.
questioning about that is it have to do with the Saturnian cosmology play, or something like because the Fertile Crescent being in that area, and or something like that? Is that what you guys are
Yeah,
picking up on?
that's my bread and butter. Chance, read the part about Saturn and rain again. In that
It's
quote.
translated as reign, as in like a reigning monarch, but
Right, right.
Yeah.
How's it go?
let me go back to I lost the page. Hold on, where I had this quote pulled up. Give me a second.
So I'm way into electric universe theory.
Yes.
And one thing that I just can't help but see it, whether this is actually the way of the universe or whatever it really happened. What it is it's the worldview of the elites. It's what they tell each other what happened. And it is, and it does have to do with the Benjamin Balderson, the galvanic solar system cosmology that he's bringing, big time.
Oh, the alchemical cosmology. And we had him on our show, but that day, or we had to reschedule, and the day that Dan rescheduled, I missed, and so Dan did that interview solo. I've never got to talk to the gentleman.
Chance had a big breakthrough with him. It's beautiful.
It's been building. It's been building after that continually too.
Oh, just keeps going, huh? What was your revelation, sir?
Oh man, we'd have to like really get into a big cosmology talk if we're gonna talk about my theories here. But
please do it.
I'm with it. Please.
Please do it. This is one of the greatest episodes I've ever seen in my life. It's got me spinning every week. It comes back to my mind. Please talk about it.
Okay, well,
yes.
Should I just start with the part that I talked about with Ben, or kind of like paint a picture, a cosmic egg picture?
No, it's better to paint the picture. Just because if people are just tuning in right now and they've never seen this, it doesn't hurt to do a quick catch up, and we're all game for it. Well, I'll sit here and listen to you bust it out, man, for sure.
You already know.
Well, maybe Gabriel can help me with some of the Velikovsky aspects.
Yeah. So
because there's some new aspects to it that seem to all connect.
Yeah.
All right.
So the Velikovsky thing is that there was a gas shield, a purple dawn around many planets stacked on top of each other. Saturn was the crown. It was at the top. It approached a larger system, the heliocentric model. It entered into it. So this is the one entering the zero, and it ripped away the sheath, and that gas, chaos comes from the word gas. So there was chaos, raining, and Saturn was punctured, and it rained. It literally poured down
water,
the blood of salvation, the blood of the and that rain was chlorine, kind of chlorine based, and that made the oceans. And so anytime they talk about Saturn raining from above, they are being very literal, that he was the king at the northern throne, and that when he was usurped or kicked off the throne, it rained down, and that was the flood. So that's just a quick overview. Now, fire away, Chance.
Yeah, so in this, there's this idea from Velikovsky that he's pulling from his translations of ancient mythology and historical information, supposedly. I haven't read Velikovsky, but that there was in ancient times, the planets were aligned with Saturn at the top, and Saturn was the sun of our system. It was now they were stacked on top of each other like a column, basically. And what I find interesting about this, I might even need to like just pull up some imagery to support the concept, but I have been exploring the archetype of the cosmic egg or the world tree, and in context with the growing earth theory. So how I've been looking at it lately is that in the dawn of this realm, that it was smaller and the luminaries did not exist as we have them now. That there was one luminary that was Saturn and Jupiter together combined, and that in the center of this egg shape or this world tree, there's a central channel or column, like the spine of the world. Because I'm trying to make this fit in a fractal sense that on a self-similar across scales level, it fits the toroidal field chakra system of the human body as well, because we're supposed to be the measure of the universe. So the center of this egg or this world tree, there's a Mount Meru or a central pillar or column. And at that point, the energy is densest. The electricity in the atmosphere and in the environment is stronger ambient energy. And in the dawn of this cosmological conception, there's just one luminary. It does not rise or set. It is a perpetual twilight or dawn. Probably dawn is a better way of looking at it. And that at a certain point in the sky clock cycle, the construct loses charge over time, and some external, I don't want to say external, but maybe external to our realm, since it does appear to be hermetically sealed, there would be an event that adds charge back to the system. Kind of like the metaphor I like to use is God plugging in his iPhone. And when you charge a battery, the process is like electrolysis, which it's like a hard charge being added to the system to, at this point, we need to talk about the Brown's gas machine, because this is where the breakthrough idea kind of came from. There's this dude, George Wiseman, who has created a device called the AquaCure, which uses an electrolysis process to generate, oh my God, to generate so the
have that somewhere.
The AquaCure device, it works with these two stainless steel plates that are the anode and cathode for the creation of this hydrogenated gas that you bubble into water and you drink it or you inhale the gas. And hydrogen it's like the first building block of physical life.
Tremendous health benefits.
Really, exactly. We're 60+% hydrogen. So how I see it is that the dawn of this world, this sheath that Gabriel's talking about, would be a hydrogen dense atmosphere that maybe was so hydrogen dense that beings didn't need to do things like eat or whatever, maybe didn't even need to sleep. So when we look at the old world architecture that seems to not have any like bathrooms or cooking areas and things like that, and it appears to maybe have even been built for giants, it could be that humanity in the stage where we lived in this Edenic, closer to the middle of the realm state, that humans were larger and they didn't require things like sleep and food. And okay, so the Brown's gas machine, to go back to that, this thing generates the hydrogen. It does it through an electrolysis process, but in the process, it actually creates sludge. And this sludge kind of just comes from the ether, basically. I don't know where it comes from, maybe the atmosphere or the ether. There's nothing in the machine that is actually lost. Like the sludge that it generates that you have to clean out from time to time actually has the same chemical molecular composition as the stainless steel plates that are in the device. And these plates do not lose any weight when over time. So it's not coming from them. And now I got to pivot and talk about new water, to just briefly touch on new water. There's been experiments made with new water, which is water that's created in a laboratory and was not previously existing and has no programming, no mineralization, no nothing. And long story short, the new water actually seems to take on properties or even generate material within itself based on what's around it. And when light is shown through it, like the new water has orange juice next to it in the fridge, like it starts to taste orangey. So it's highly programmable. All right, so
Right, so you can check
So
that
if we
out on
have this-
Chance's channel, and Benjamin did a great interview with Wiseman. That's the man's name? Is that right?
yeah, and I don't know if what I'm talking about now is really being captured in one place other than maybe a flow state episode, because I've been kicking
Right.
this idea
Right.
around in full for a while. So
Yeah.
the hard charge is put into this system. This creates an electrolysis effect that possibly also generates in the same way that the new water generates stuff. It could, in the electrolysis in the Brown's gas machine, makes sludge. Possibly this is how the earth grows. When the hard charge is put into the system, it causes earth to literally sludge out and expand and mud flood, if you will.
Lava flow tie into that at all?
I think there would be lava. I think there would be water. I think there would be air, all of that, probably, because that's what this place is made of, all those things. But the mud would be the mud and the water would be the most catastrophic, giving you the deluge event. So what I think happens is the earth expands from this point, and we get another ring added to the egg or the tree around the tree, if you will. And the original luminary splits into two, becoming Saturn and Jupiter as we know them. And a new luminary is added to the middle, which is an androgen Aphrodite Venus/Mars androgen. This process repeats a couple of times. And so every time that it repeats, the realm that's in the middle has an androgynous luminary that is like the Mercury because it's in the middle. It's close to the divine source or the central column. And then it splits and becomes a new anode cathode setup for further out in the system. Like we'd be on the second ring right now from the middle, and the middle would be like where the North Pole is, and Mercury would be the current newest luminary. And to go back to a little bit more, I think I can wrap this up. There's so much more to it, but
can I ask a quick question on just the expansion part? Do you think most of the mass is coming from the central and it's getting wider girth wise and elongating more? Is that kind of the shape, or is do you think the mass is coming at the pole ends?
I really don't know. It could be generating like all over the place at once for all we know, because we have the mythology of the deity associated highly with the rocks, and there's all this talk, we've been given from in the mainstream, the catastrophism idea of meteors and comets bringing cataclysm, but it could be that in an electrolysis event that the rock falls from the sky because it's like generating mud and sludge and rocks and air and water all across the realm, and could even be why we see the ancient monoliths in alignment with each other, even though they're so far apart from each other, because perhaps they were in alignment at a time when they're much closer to each other, and the earth between them is what spread out. And that's good. Like there's talk of this in Zoroastrian scriptures of.
It was just in the Eternals too. I don't know if that might be a spoiler for some people, but I never saw the movie till recently. And there is a section where Tiamat rises from the sea and land is created in the process. Like it's generating new Earth.
Everybody has to go
I thought
watch
of you
that
when I
movie.
saw it.
You got to watch it before tomorrow, or else we're going to spoil it for you.
That's the surprise. Yeah. Yeah, we're kicking off. We're kicking off a movie decode, maybe like a monthly show.
Oh, nice.
What were you going to say, Romie?
Marvelous demystifiers. But I want to throw in one last thing about this before I stop this long speech.
Yeah.
Because this is a newer thing that's come to mind. So if the original environment in the middle realm was highly hydrogenated, hydrogen dense, hydrogen rich, which ties into Velikovsky talking about Jupiter being like a sheath or whatever around the planet, then an event that added charge to the system could possibly ignite the atmosphere and cause the type of firebombing, blown out looking places that we see, like whenever we research the history of mud flood, what we get attributed to things like, yeah, maybe, I don't know. Like there could be multiple events where something like that happened.
There's all kinds of theorizing, man. They say that they were strip mining the earth. They say that they were having nuclear wars in the Vedas. There's all kinds of posited explanations for the strange appearance of the earth, including deserts and volcanoes, etc. No Trees on Flat Earth was a popular documentary about it. I'm sure a lot of people have seen it.
That's fascinating too, because what you just said with the nuclear wars and the Vedas, and what Chance is talking about as the Earth growing, and then we have these stories of Lemuria and Atlantis going away, the many myths, the many theories, the many, what have yous. But I think the most likely situation is that the Earth is growing and these continents are moving and shifting, and that simply Atlantis and Lemuria has shifted from what it once was, and then the power was taken away from them. But there's different people, like George King, who was like Master George King was like the yogi mystic from the 70s that had contact with Mars 6, and one of the people who was claiming to have visions of connecting to Atlantis, and having stories through deep meditation, or what have you. And his story is that Lemuria was taken away by a nuclear explosion, or a cataclysm, nuclear war of sorts, as well as Atlantis. But point I was getting at, I think, was to ask you, Chance, or bring up and just kind of say, like, do you think that that's a possibility with this theory you're talking about, growing Earth, that these continents could have just like shifted as opposed to being like nuclear war, like the stories say?
I think they may give us the stories of nuclear war and that interpretation of the ancient scriptures to help us to have faith in their lie that they have the ability to destroy the entire world with the flip of a switch. Just like we even get in a lot of the mud flood culture about how like they did this, they turned on some machine or whatever and they mud flooded us and they could just take us out at any time and it's how they reset us. But I never have had any faith or belief in the dark occultist having any power whatsoever, other than to make us believe that they have power over us and control us and rule us through fear.
Here,
and what
for
they
real,
have,
yeah.
the only thing they have that's a differential is knowledge of the realm that we live in. And so it's just like the old hoodoo of the priest telling you when the eclipse was going to be, and like, we're going to take away the sun if you don't do what we say, because they know when it's going to happen. They may have a knowledge of the cycles themselves. And yeah, I don't
Wait a
remember what. I had
second
one
here.
other thing in here.
We have to
No,
address the
you're-
girl boss in the room here. The the Minnie Mouse issue.
Oh gosh.
Of a girl boss.
This
Now,
always
what does
drives
this
me
have to
crazy.
do with the Nintendo 64? I guess I'm not paying close enough attention here.
It'll come
Well,
around,
Mark
I'm
Markey
sure.
has designed Minnie Mouse's very first pant suit, and it's gorgeous. Disneyland Paris 30.
Okay. Why
That's
is
the
it
first time she's ever been drawn in a pantsuit. Are we sure?
right?
Probably not.
First of all,
I
who
really
cares?
doubt it. I
about
think she's
her
been
suit?
drawn in every possible posture and decoration.
Oh, okay. The last thing I wanted to put into this,
Have
just
a point.
a quick little thing, is that the all of the luminaries that we call planets, that if at one point you can trace the symbolism in their names and their mythology back to them being the sun. And why would that be? Why did they become something else? Possibly it's because they were suns at one point, or if you went to what is Mars, extraterrestrial land, as in outer lands, then one ring out past Antarctica, you'd have Mars and Venus as the sun and moon there. Just my 2 cents.
Yeah.
It's so fascinating. The Saturnian cosmology is mind blowing, and I had the honor of stealing some books from a very big corporate bookstore, and one of them was a Velikovsky book, and I was reading in there what Gabe was saying earlier that just blew my mind. It was another story on the floods. One of the many sorry, my sweet little dog is just, I threw the ball for him once and he just keeps coming over. Go boy.
We want to let Rachel finish her thought after Homie.
Oh shit. Sorry, did I interrupt? I'm fucking
No, it's fine. A string of interruptions. I just wanted to cue her up after you.
Oh yes. Anyways, Velikovsky is fucking sweet. There's a tie between him and Fomenko. I don't know what it is, but the missing time, the younger Dryads, there's some crazy connection between those two researchers that that's all I'm going to say. Maybe we'll dig into it later. Rachel, go.
I was going to say about Minnie Mouse and her design, because I'm not even sure like where to start with this. The whole goal is this equality thing, right? So if we're going to say that the feminine is just as good as the masculine. Why does she have to dress like him? Why do I have to wear a pantsuit? Like, she can wear whatever she wants. If she wants to wear a pantsuit to work, by all means. Sometimes pants are comfortable. Like, yeah, I get it. But to make this a huge deal, please grow up. Like
it's just pitiful. It's just pitiful now.
It's just
like, this
it's petty.
Signaling is just petty bullshit.
Because it
I don't
doesn't
think anybody cares.
Women have been wearing pantsuits to work, I don't know, since the 40s, since the 20s. Like, they started wearing pants in the 1800s to ride bicycles. Like, fashion cycles. It to focus so much on that and say that this is empowering and this is not empowering. Like, there are so many other things. If you want Minnie to be a powerful woman figure, first of all, she's a mouse. Like,
The
mouse that roared.
Of
Yeah.
Moose.
Any indoctrination here. We're in the doctrination.
Yeah.
Sweet
Doctrine.
independent.
The nation
Well,
of
yeah.
the
Well, I mean,
doctor.
that's
It
just
seems
it.
a
They
little
try to
late to the
simplify
party.
everything too much.
That's all.
Women and men have always worn all types of clothes forever. It's never been that much of a fad or a thing until they try to push it into some kind of hyper focus with some type of media, and that's what makes it into something. Of course, all men and all women at some point or another are going to put on all variety of things, not just as a costume and as a joke, but sometimes because it's the right thing to do, you know.
So
If you
Well,
look at
imagine a
more
world where there was never
information
pants. So of course, if there's pants, a woman is going to think to put her legs into them. It's not.
We'll point you to a document with the title "The Secret of
Difficult.
Minnie's Moose."
Minnie's Moose.
That was all read. Secret of Minnie's Moose.
Is this a Canada reference? Like,
No, Secret of Minnie's Moose is a huge document by Tracy Twyman, big enough to be a book, and it completely rips apart Rosemary's Baby, using poison in a dessert, and to poison someone without them knowing, or to drug them, not necessarily kill them, you know, to drug them.
Right. Slipping a
Right,
Mickey.
and it ties into Mickey Mouse. It ties into Mac the Knife, Mickey Messer, the
Mickey
Church
Messer.
of Satan, and Sammy Davis Jr., et cetera, et cetera.
That
It's an
document
amazing document.
is an excellent
And
one-woman.
Mac the Knife.
Hashtag girl boss. Hashtag rest in peace, Tracy Twyman.
Here, here.
nice tie.
Here, here.
Here, here.
So the spotted
That's what I thought
woman-
as soon as I saw Minnie Mouse. I was like, oh, here we go.
So
The
Minnie
Secret of
Mouse
Minnie's
is
I have
Mouse.
to read that.
She's always in polka dots, right? Isn't that a Minnie Mouse thing?
Mhm.
This has a direct tie-in to MK Ultra in the Sirhan Sirhan event. So the spotted woman, the spotted woman was spotted. She was seen on purpose so that she could be a witness. She wore the polka dotted dress.
And it was red and white polka dots, specifically red and white polka dots.
And she was the trigger. She went in and she pinched Sirhan on the neck. And he was programmed, just like C3PO, you turn on the neck and turn on the neck and he comes back up. He was programmed to get a twist on the neck. When he gets the twist on the neck, he goes to the gun range and he goes through his training on the gun range and he's activated. And he's got a ham radio with a voice in his head. And he goes up and he goes through the gun range training. They tackle him and somebody else shoots the Kennedy in the back of the head from behind.
Can you spell Sirhan? How do you spell Sirhan?
Sirhan, just twice in a row. That's the man that that's the patsy for RFK, Robert F. Kennedy, in a hotel. I don't remember where the whole thing happened. I never studied it that close, but I do remember looking up Sirhan, and on his Wikipedia page, even it said that he had diary entries, redundant writing, RFK must die, and that he knows that he was programmed as a dupe, and he doesn't really remember it. But, you know, and they just recently released him too, if I remember correctly. They just let him out of prison.
Yeah.
Did they
But
really?
they
I
didn't
did not hear
succeed? I
that.
thought they succeeded.
No,
I thought they
didn't.
only tried to. And the fact that they call him Sirhan twice, that's in training us.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
I thought that was Hinckley, John Hinckley, who was looking to start a rock band, who was released from prison recently.
Okay, you might be right. Maybe I'm getting it mixed up, Alan. Thank you.
I thought it was-
Speaking of Disney,
Look at Hinckley and maybe get a band together.
Mike Winter is in the chat, Alpha Warrior, and he said he worked at Disney World or Disneyland for 2.5 years. I was wondering if he ever saw anybody get a hand job on It's a Small World.
If you're trying to catch that joke, you need to tune into RX Only Picture Show number 33, and then you can follow up with exactly what Chance was talking about. And it's funny and gross.
This
It's
world.
really uncomfortable, but it's great. It's far beyond
The
driven, man.
original Flow State episode.
Wow.
Underground tunnels? Question mark. And also supposedly built on the 33rd parallel, which is really fascinating. And there's like apparently a beam of energy. This is how it was built. There was a beam, a line of energy through the ley line that Disneyland is built on, and it goes to a carousel, and the carousel spins and is supposed to shoot the good energy from the ley line all around Disneyland.
That's
Interesting.
Walter Bosley's work, right?
Yes.
Nice.
Man, that's-
Carousel is an anagram for soul race.
Wow.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm down. Oh, I'm gonna win.
Yes.
I think it means race as in like you're gonna come back white.
I remember a man
Your
came to
soul
our
race.
church when I was 13, 12 or 13. And
Your
he was
footprints?
an ex-Mormon and said that that you go to heaven and become white in the Mormon church. I remember, I'll
Yeah.
never forget, because I was just a little kid. I was like, what? They
Yeah.
tell the black people they can turn into white people in heaven?
Yeah,
Seriously?
it's so crazy.
So
Trippy. Totally
what do you
trippy.
guys think about this in terms of, when we're talking about like really dense realms and then like really etheric realms and manifestations of all of that? Do you think that that's ever reflected in our physical appearance, like with melanin? and
Mike
things
said
like
he
that?
did see someone get a hand job on It's a Small World. Update.
Believe it.
Confirmation.
Oh, drop my headphones.
Oh, good
With
to
the
hear.
left hand or the
Sorry,
right
Rachel.
hand?
I just
You
cut you
almost
off
got
bad,
deep
but it was too
there.
good. Rachel, what were you saying?
Just nothing important.
Yes,
No, it's
incredibly
not. It
important.
was
Please
incredibly
continue.
important. And
All
yes,
right, it
I
was
do believe you.
just about manifestations of dense and etheric realms. So when we talk about somebody coming back as black or coming back as white, we're thinking really surface level, like really shallow understanding of this, and not shallow like, oh, that's so shallow. Like shallow as in it's the baby pool. Like that's literally all it is. So, what if there is something to that? Maybe in your next life, you're going to be more etheric, or maybe in your next life, you're going to be more on the dense side. Because if we are that middle realm, we're going to be on that spectrum. When people talk about being on the spectrum, think about a color wheel, and you have all these different mixtures because you have all different levels of consciousness, even in the subtle realms, like even the ether, things that we can't see, things on the other side of the veil. There are manifestations for that coming into the material. So maybe that's a way to describe that understanding. And because our understanding tends to be shallow, we're like, oh, that's so racist. And it's like, is it?
So it's like the law of karma and the and like the soul's journey. They say like, there's the many theories and talks and feels and intuition on reincarnation, but like everything that you're experiencing in your life is because of the law of karma, or even in a hermetic sense, you can look at the many hermetic principles that follow you through the time of the journey of the soul. And so coming back at whatever race or shade or poverty level, wealth level, anything, all those things I think follow through and play through in the continuous soul's journey until, I don't know, we reach star level. Like, I don't know.
I think it just all moves forward. And I was studying Druidry, and in their reincarnation model, you don't really go backwards. Everything time spirals forwards. So you might have a life where you learn like an animal, but that's literally only to learn one lesson. It's not a demotion. There is no like going backwards is bad and going forwards is good and you're enlightened and this is lower and higher. It's not about that. It's just about moving forward in time. So, I mean, I think that's really valuable, because then it's like, okay, so you have another life. It's just another level. It's just another level moving forward. Wherever you started in the game, wherever you are on the staircase, you're still moving up. It's just all at different levels.
Quantified.
Another Mario painting to jump into.
Pretty much.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Which is fun. I think it makes it fun because I don't think, I mean, everybody's like, oh, pain and suffering and everything's hard. And yes, things are difficult and sometimes it sucks and it hurts your heart. But Chance, you've always said it best. It's like the obstacles are the course. Like,
Yeah, if
we're
you
here
look
for
at
this.
your challenges that way, then life is always good because
Yeah.
everything's there to make you stronger. I really think everything happens for our enlightenment or our enjoyment, and usually both.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's super beautiful. Yo, Chance, real quick question. Well, maybe not because it's hopefully a question that can't be answered real quick. But earlier you were talking about these characters that are probably not actual, physical characters, but they were more symbols of time in an area, and there's a lot of talk in the realm of about missing time, and like John Levy did a really good video on there being 1,000 missing years, and there's a lot of talk of either 100 or 1,000 missing years, and the younger Dryas period was supposedly 1,000 year period, right? And I'm wondering what your guys' take is on that.
See, I think the missing time is time that years were added that didn't happen, not that we're missing them, if that makes sense. I think that things are closer in time than we think in terms of what may be real about history.
Oh, okay.
I think that's Anatoly Flamenco's take as well.
Yes.
In Roman numerals, M is 1,000. So the big conspiracy of the empire is that you go along with the designated, the big black male, those who are in the know. You go along with this chronology and we'll build from there, going from a big reset. And I want to point out reset. So GR in great, GR is 79. It implies gold. And so a great reset is a return to a golden age. And set is Saturn. And it's a rethroning of Saturn for a new golden age.
And RE could be pronounced Ray.
Ra, Saturn's son.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm hearing that from a lot of different places. I think I first heard it from Levette, that astrologer Levette.
Yeah, the return of.
She was on YouTube, but I found her up on Brighteon if people are interested. But she's a trip. I mean, she's not a 101 course. If you don't know a little bit of this stuff, you're going to be lost as hell because she's far out. But she talks about what Saturn ruling over two ages right next to each other. I can't remember off the top of my head what they are. I should know right off the top of my head, but that it comes around to that every, go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay, real quick. I just think that maybe the reason for added time, the reason for stories like the Phoenicians and Troy and ancient Sumer, which encode different parts of the sky clock. Like we could get into ancient Sumer is actually late summer, ancient summer in the sky clock. Anyway, I think that just like the Roman emperors, that may also be 12 sky clock encodings, but we get the stories of all kinds of kings and tyrants and rulers that generate a false pedigree to be divine, to become deified. I think that the added time is the empire's way of deifying the state in the same way that the individual rulers would do that for their own family history, just on a big scale.
It's interesting you say that because that's the same thing that woman says too, man.
Yeah,
same thing she says too, is that things earn their place to where they're able to be put up in the sky and made into part of the what's the name for the zodiac itself? There's another word. Anyways.
There's a lot of words for it, but it's a euheremism. Is what it's called.
The one I was thinking of. Euhemism. Okay, that's
a euhemism is what it's called when you assign mythological qualities to a historical figure.
Okay.
And it's way more common than people realize. I mean, we covered it last Saturday with Rasputin being in code for a sun deity, sun god, and others.
Light cycle.
So the whole Saturn thing.
Rachel's
Kronos,
question.
Oh, I was just going to ask, what do you guys think about Hyperborea? Because people don't talk about that period of time. And if we're talking about human beings being huge and all that stuff,
Okay.
maybe they were on a totally different clock and we're not keeping time the same way that we keep time.
Well, if
their
you were in a
concept of
realm
time
with
would be
one,
totally different.
if you had just one luminary and it was the androgen and it never rose or set, you would not have day and night. So you wouldn't have like the entire aspect of duality that we get through time would be eliminated, and maybe that's why the beings could live for so long. You wouldn't have.
Yeah, maybe we didn't sleep too, and that's why we didn't eat or any of those things. You know.
I think the sky clock adds layers or shells and becomes more complex over time as the spiral moves forward, as you were saying, Rachel, because it can't ever go back. So if there's only so much that can happen with one configuration before it all comes back to the beginning, to the reset, then at that point it would be natural that the universe would progress into a more complexified, novel version of itself where new elements of the sky clock could be coming in, which is why I don't know so much about precession. I don't know that I believe it. And I don't know that basically that we can trust anything that's given to us about the history of the realm from the priest class, because for all we know, at an earlier point in our history, the sky clock was different or less complex, or the cycle was shorter. It may be that like every time it comes around, the next go around is longer in time, something like that. Like, getting wider and wider rings, wheels within wheels.
I have a fix for that, for killing Kronos, though. Like, did you see that post about, I think it was, I don't know if it was Larry Allen or one of the dickhead billionaire guys was putting $42 million into this perfect clock.
Yeah,
And so
yeah.
he was
Him and
gonna,
Kanye West are building it.
yeah.
It's like a 10,000-year clock.
Right, 10,000-year clock. So we're gonna trust these assholes to define what time is for all of the rest of humanity for the next 10,000 years, right? Man,
Sounds
if
like
I
they're
had
working
40
on a time travel project.
if I had $42 million, I'd be out there trying to convince everybody not to use the fucking clock.
That's right.
We have
to stop using clocks. Exactly. Stop using clocks and look at the sky every day.
Take your calendar off your wall.
Nice. I love that, Gordy. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's cool.
Clock. Be your
It's
clock.
called the Long Now Foundation. If people are curious to look at it, it's a weird trippy project.
Now?
It's huge. Yeah, the
Definitely
Long
a
Now.
time travel project.
Clock of the Long Now.
They would need one.
I think it's
one clock that was universal. That they could test their experiment on for a time travel.
So they can bring the Kronos back. They're doing everything they can possible to bring apart these titans, man. They are not being secretive about it.
No, they talk about it openly, very openly.
Talk about it openly.
When we
But
open the
if we
portal
stop
and the demons
losing-
come through, we don't know what's going to happen next, but that's
Kronos
what we're
is-
working on. That's what they say.
Kronos is the sun in winter on the sky clock.
Right.
When they're all that symbolism is that winter is coming. It's decrease that they're planning for. It's population culling. It's the sun in winter. It's the reaper, the harvest, the rapture.
It seems easy to kind of like get a grasp that the clock and the calendar would be a facade, because out of all of the old world, technology and remnants that we have of, the old way in the old world, like all the bells are taken out of the bell towers, the organs at the basilicas and the churches are not used for healing anymore. You know what I mean? Like to understand.
Not used for anything, right?
But they have but we have clocks and we have time and we have a calendar. So for people like us, it's like really easy to be like, yeah, obviously it's all bullshit, and like the Gregorian situation is obviously askew and whatnot. And I don't know why, but I felt like saying that, and I respect all of y'all motherfuckers because y'all real as hell,
Yeah, we're glad you're here, man.
We'll have to have you back, man.
Glad to have you here.
Any weaves Join
Yeah,
us
buddy.
on Saturday nights or Wednesday nights.
Yeah. So
Oh,
the
fuck
word
yeah.
the word clock, it has baked into it that maritime admiralty law. It's the sea lock. We're sea locked.
Yeah, that's exactly. We're stuck on the water.
We're
It's
stuck on the
fucking
water.
fucking water world out here.
Yeah.
We're sick of it, you guys.
But the sea
Even
is
us
also
water
the
signs are
church.
sick of this much water. Give us a break.
The sea is also the church, though, because
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's
the
the holy
bishop
seat.
see, the bishop see, the episcopacy is in
Yep.
all kinds of the holy see.
The Sanctus Aries.
And why would a planet that takes almost 30 years to complete its cycle be associated with time? I think that it's very valuable to look into Kronos and Saturn as being allegorical for the sun originally, before
Yes.
it got moved to all of these different names for the sun got moved to the other luminaries.
Yes. Chair noble is the noble chair. It's the king's throne in the north. You know, it's
Oh,
baked
wow.
in. It's baked into so much
Yeah.
catastrophilia.
Oh,
Yeah, that's a
And
good
it's,
word.
uh,
Catastrophilia.
Oh,
I think it's a Slavic deity, a Slavic version of the solar deity, Chernobog. Chernobog.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like Chernobyl.
Mentioned in
Oh,
American Gods.
Big time with that hammer,
That's
right?
right.
Rachel?
hmm Yeah,
Mhm.
he kills the cow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got
He's
a
the big
brother, a
Russian.
light and a dark brother. It goes back to that period of time.
wow. What
Or light and dark
content
were-
is this from?
A light and a dark brother. It's the sun in summer and the sun in winter.
hmm
Wow. And this is from a film or a book or?
I read about it first in American Gods. I believe it's a
Oh.
Czechoslovakian,
Mhm,
like a
mhm.
Slavic kind of story, but I haven't really looked further into it. But that theme is in a lot of places where you have a light and a dark sibling, or siblings. They can be male or female. In Norse, it's two wolves. One wolf chases the sun. Wolf chases the moon.
So
King
Sometimes
Boaz.
it's chariots.
yeah. So
Wow.
I'm gonna do a quick screen share. Lately, Chance, I know you're gonna feel this. Like we've been seeing for a long time, we were seeing a lot of Vulcan. You know, Chernobog is he's got the hammer. That's the smith, the metallurgist. That's his, implement. That's his symbol. And you guys seeing this?
Chernobog also he was the black god, and he was the adversarial archetype
Right.
to Belobog, the white god. So right there you have Kronos and Bel, or Saturn and Nimrod, sun in winter, sun in summer. The Hermetic orders have said always that the angel of death is the angel of life, because they're both the sun at different times of the year.
Right. So in catastrophism, we have the same thing. Like that's what we know. We know the summer is light and the winter is dark. There's always the light and then, well, in the catastrophic stories, you have the darkness, the sun getting blocked out. That is indicating a volcanic age. If you have all this ash going through the atmosphere, you have years of darkness. And then what happens is you have to go through years of an ice age.
Yep.
Because the sun gets blocked out, the whole planet goes white.
Mhm.
So on a cosmic catastrophic level, we have a macro version of our seasonal fluctuations expressed.
Wow. And in the Saturnian cosmology too, it's like Saturn not only was our sun at one point, but gave birth to almost half of the other planets in our solar system. So it would be causing, I could just imagine that would also maybe block out light if there's like a bunch of crazy chemicals combustions happening from Saturn and changing the entire axes and the paradigm. Like, what the hell?
Well, if Saturn was the first luminary before the realm grew, and then split into Saturn and Jupiter is the sun and Saturn is the moon now in the new formation, then Jupiter takes Saturn's place, and Jupiter is born from Saturn.
Right.
And in that event, with the land growing and all the electrical activity that is probably happening, I'm sure that there would be volcanic eruptions too.
Yep.
That
Yeah,
could be
Chance,
part
it
of
just
how the
made
land
me-
was growing.
Just maybe remember that concept is described somewhat similar in Gurdjieff, but I don't remember where. But the idea of a planetary evolution process, just because it's part of your thing, I don't know if you're trying to reference other work into what you're already doing, but it doesn't hurt to look at Gurdjieff's theory. I don't remember the whole thing.
I
just know
reference
that
whatever
was-
fits when I come across it, but I
Right.
haven't looked into Gurdjieff.
Yeah, so I'll
Yeah, how do you
T-
spell that?
Tsarion references Gurdjieff a lot.
It's Gudjrief, I think, and I don't remember the man's first name. But I'll drop his something in the chat just so people can have it.
There you go.
I bought a book by him that's really interesting, and it's super famous and encoded, full of knowledge. It's all secreted, and it's called Beelzebub's Tales to His Grandson. And I glanced at the very beginning of it, and I just had to laugh and put it
The
down.
fuck?
And it's like, yeah, no, this book is written in such a way. He said he makes talking about his students. He said he really makes the chickens scratch hard to get at the food. So like he's got it just completely intentionally wrapped in enigma after enigma as a strategy for you to not be able to understand it. There's books written trying to describe how to read and understand this book, But
Yeah, drop that title again for your boy.
yeah, let's see. Let me read it so I make sure I get it right. Where did I say it? Beelzebub's Tales to His Grandson. It's G. Gurdjieff. That's Gurdjieff. And it's from a series. This is the first in a 3-book series, I think. And the series is called All and Everything, but I don't remember the titles of the other 2 books.
Okay, so right off the top of my head, I'm hearing Enoch Pishtum telling Gilgamesh. Was that right? So Beelzebub is in extreme southern hemisphere, the constellation of the Fly, which hovers above Antarctica. And Enoch Pishtum was living in the north, but back then the north was the south. So you got to flip it. And he told his son, who was basically a Noah, an early archetype of Noah, how to build the ark and preserve the DNA. So Beelzebub talking to his grandson is definitely a Enoch Pishtum encode. First thing off the top of my head.
Nice. Yeah. And that's what it is. So
Beelzebub, if you said Baal instead of Beelzebub, you said it as Baal, that would be Lord of the Scorpion. And you referenced the Fly constellation. Didn't know there was one, but
Me neither.
How do you find it?
The Lord of the Flies. It makes me think of the fly of Egypt, the cockchafer, the maybug or doodlebug. No, in Latin, the Hercules scarabaeus, because the scarab is a Egyptian symbol for the sun, and Hercules is the sun with his 12 labors moving through the 12 signs.
Another to add on to that. You and I talked about this a few days ago, Chance, but Jupiter gets that role as well. Jupiter is considered a shepherd, as Jupiter goes around has a 11, almost 12-year cycle and goes around the zodiac, keeping the animals in place. So the concept of a shepherd going around and keeping all the animals of the zodiac where they belong, that role also gets attributed to Jupiter. But you're right, the sun is a perfect one-to-one, more obvious even.
Was there a specific name for that fly constellation? Because
I'm going to look it up.
there's a fly nebula.
The Fly.
I left
Which is buzzing around Taurus.
Nebula, bro. I always been looking for a Fly Nebula. Let's kick it at the Fly Nebula, yo.
What a
Straight up.
bro.
I'll meet you there, bro.
That's right. This nebula is hella fly that I'm in right now, but I will go to another Fly Nebula as well.
Yo, this fly is the shit, dude.
I gotta say, Romie is a heavenly match for the spider.
Yeah,
energy.
perfect match.
Oh, this is great. What is going on here? Oh, is this Gurdjieff, sir? This Gurdjieff man?
Yeah, this is Gurdjieff. Yeah,
Wow.
G.I. Gurdjieff.
Fucking
He also was
sweet.
this guy's
There's
also
the
the one
thing.
that brought forth the
at this
Enneagram.
Really?
He's really the
Whoa,
originator of the
what a
Enneagram. He
trip.
claims to have brought. So he went and found all of the hidden tribes and tried to understand their paths to enlightenment, and
Wow.
that's why they call it. They call his system the fourth way. So it's different than the other traditional three ways, which he describes in his writing. And he's a total trip. He does dervish dancing, and like he's a mystery man. And a lot of people think he's like a scoundrel and a charlatan. You know, like he had. Like open falling outs with Crowley, like they tried to kick it, and he's like, "No, that man's all dark inside. I don't like him," or something like that. You know, like so. Gurdjieff's just another trippy philosopher. Now he had a
From
student
Russia.
named, yeah, I think so. It could be somewhere else. I might be wrong, but he had a student named P.D. Ouspensky who wrote an amazing book I could highly recommend called "In Search of the Miraculous," in which he describes his time with Gurdjieff and all the things he learned from him. And I would say I probably, in a way, took more from listening to that book than actually studying Gurdjieff's work so far. I intend to keep looking at the guy because he's a trip.
Nice. I'm glad
He's
you
a
connected that, Whiskey. I didn't know Gurdjieff was the Enneagram dude.
Yeah, and just like everything else, you know, it gets away from its original position and it starts to become diluted or changed away from, you know, it even sometimes becomes less than correct. You know, it's no longer correct, and I would say that's true. That the Enneagram's probably been simplified and used as a tool in such a way that Gurdjieff would not agree with it. Kind of the same as what would Carl Jung think if he was able to see the what Myers-Briggs and how people are using it right now. He would
Oh yeah.
probably throw himself off the roof, honestly.
That's great.
So that the fly constellation is Musca, Musca, which is Latin for fly.
Miska,
Okay.
Mouska, Moose, Mickey Mouse.
Little Muska.
Muska.
Yeah.
You guys,
Muska.
Mickey Mouse says that in the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse cartoon. Muska,
I was just
Mouska,
trying
Mickey
to see where
Mouse.
it was.
Romie, are you on our Telegram? The Weaving Spiders Telegram?
Nope, but I'm finna join right now, yo. What's
Yeah,
the
get
thing?
in there. That magic.
He's
cool
in
stuff.
the Interverse one. He puts like tunes in there. He plays songs for us.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Got get in where you can fit in, you feel me?
Let me see if I can
Jafil.
Jaffield. Here we go.
I'm dropping the link. Let's see.
Oh.
I could put it in the Zoom chat so it's easy to get to, Romie, if you want it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
We can't have you waiting around looking for your own invitation. You are officially invited. Please join us.
The question in our private chat was raised of intermission, and since
it's not a
there
bad
are enough
idea.
of us to carry the torch, and we're having such a good time, it's not the worst idea to just come and go. Could do it my way, walk away on a phone with headphones in the Zoom call. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm sitting
Yeah,
on my couch,
I mean-
relaxing with my dog.
The
Oh my
functional
God, that's
purpose of
amazing.
the intermission is to split the recording into smaller file sizes so we can more easily preserve them. So when
that's
we
a good
do an
idea.
intermission,
Yeah.
we want
Yeah, it gives the audience and us all a break too. It'll change the vibe before
we
all
play the theme song again, and that's like
That's about-
3 minutes.
Oh.
So everyone on the stream can take a break and get up and stretch, touch their toes, do what they need to do.
Run.
This is
Talk
my
on
dog.
Some nut butter.
Nice. What's up, dude? He's kind
me
of
see.
grinning at you. He's like, "Oh, I'm on the camera. Is that how it is?"
Come here, buddy.
Oh.
If Jim has some music, play some
We've
Yeah.
music.
we-
Should I play it twice through?
Yeah, at least one time, and then at some point in the Zoom recording, and then resume the Zoom recording, and then we'll be back.
Resume
for
the Zoom.
two.
Resume the Zoom recording. Zooming to the moon. Luna Looney's zooming, booming. Yee.
We'll all mute our videos and mute our audio.
Yeah, don't forget to do this with your hands for a minute. This is part of the ritual. You do this with your hands.
structure built web, found and raised over. The crack cocaine spider figured building fixture was full socket sockets. Waited, caffeine spider was exhausted. Caffeine spider. As the crack spider. As the crack spider.
We're still here.
Turtles. Oh, it's turtles all the way down.
We do have a lot of turtles stacked tonight. Jim, are you with us?
Yes. Yes.
You had some Black's Law dictionary definitions?
Yeah, I looked up C in the Black's Law Dictionary. And
And what did you see?
what did I
Is
see?
this CSEE or SEA? Because
SEA.
the church is the holy SEE.
I didn't see C, only C when I looked up C.
Is it because you cannot see law? Because it only exists in words?
Oh.
Because the claws, Zubanel Shinobi and Zubanai Shinobi got you. The sea laws.
Yes. You gonna say that? No, actually, what does that mean?
The Admiralty Maritime Law has correspondence to the time when they made when they changed the zodiac, and they changed. I think Chance, help me out. Didn't they change Scorpio from a bird?
It was the eagle, Aquila,
Yeah, it was
or
Aquila.
it could also be a hawk for Horus.
Yeah, which is interesting because a hawk has only one, dangerous point. Well, no, I guess it has claws. It has sea laws. Technically, a hawk could have sea laws also.
So I did see C, spelled SEE. That is the circuit of a bishop's jurisdiction, or his office or dignity, as being bishop of a given diocese.
A bishop.
Circuit has a lot of meanings, and one of the meanings is the Galilee or the ecliptic, the zodiac.
Oh, Gala. Right. The milky sea.
I pulled out something interesting from a book called 777 on page 64. The first
Shut the door.
I kid not. I
Holy
kid you not.
shit.
On page 64.
Holy
I
shit.
kid you not.
You
On
kid not.
64.
Dylan.
Oh my God, I'm freaking out, Alan.
The outraged Aphrodite of the Hippolytus, the Venus of the Horsil in Tannhauser, Melusina, Lamia, some aspects of Kali, Kundry, possibly the malicious side of Queen Mab, and the fairy nature generally. The
Holy
student
shit,
is
where's-
expected to have in mind all such symbols and to overcome their incompatibility, not by blurring the outline of the different figures, but by regarding each of them as representing one phenomenal manifestation of the ultimate principle, which we named Nuit, Shakti, Ha, Isis, positive electricity, the infinity of space, possibility,
God.
etc.
Okay.
In conjunction with a particular set of circumstances, the student will note that this principle cannot be apprehended in itself, but only in combination, just as we can only understand electricity by observing its effect in lightning, magnetism, etc.
Oh my
Some
God.
philosophers have attempted to construct synthetic symbols to include all aspects of this principle.
Motherfucking, this is amazing.
We got a couple of
amazing.
things in here I'm going to pull out. First of all, we have Aphrodite associated with the Venus of Horsell. So there's the horse or the mare of the Mother Mary, the maritime.
Put it back
Put
on.
it back. Yeah, that's
Put it
too
back
good.
on. This is
And-
amazing.
Put it back. Put it back.
You're
And
interested in this? Really?
On the Venus thing, before I lose it, to make the point about Venus and Mars being a sun and moon in the ring beyond us, Venus can be observed to go through phases that the moon goes through, and it becomes a crescent. Gabe's losing his shit, so I better
I'm
shut up.
freaking losing my shit, y'all. This is amazing. Okay, so apprehended literally means to grasp or to hold. Literally. And you cannot hold or grasp a porcupine. It will sting you. And then they start talking about electricity. Electricity cannot be grasped or held, or it will sting you.
Oh shit.
And echinoderms, you
Be-
cannot grasp or hold, or else they sting you. Because
This is a-
sea urchins, if you have any experience with a sea urchin, you're not just going to go grab it with your bare hand.
Put it back, Alan. You got to let Rachel see that. That is amazing.
Oh my.
You
was
want to
so
see it
amazing.
again?
What is it?
Tell Rachel where that came from.
From
That
a
was
book called,
amazing.
777 by
Page
one
64,
Great
yeah.
Beast 666.
Okay.
Page 64 of the book.
On that page too, one of the names that he gave to the deity is Hey, and there's the Yod, the Hey, the Vav, the Hey, and the Heys are fives, which is a Venusian number.
Wow, Alan, you are a
This is
wizard.
crazy, man.
Because
You
the
are a
Yod is
wizard.
10 and it divides into 2, and half of a 10 is 5, which would be Hey, because Hey is 5 in Hebrew.
Are we not going to be able to see page 63 until Jim finds the missing episode?
Oh, I found the episode.
Okay.
We'll be up soon.
Okay, I can't wait. Wow, Alan. Page 64 starts with the word echidna.
Yeah.
So
Fuck,
Lilith
y'all.
is
People,
like my least
for those of you
favorite
that haven't been following, Gabe has brought forth and has been taking apart the echidna. Over across at least 4 or 5 episodes, different information has come
Well,
about, and I'm
and
sure he's
his-
continued to.
His
This thing
channel
started
too.
last
Last
year,
No, I
I
just
think.
meant things that he's brought from there to here has
Yeah.
been across a few episodes. If you want to really dive in deep, then you can always just go to Gabe's channel and start watching his videos, and then go through your life no longer viewing the world like you used to view it at all, and now viewing it in a whole new way.
It
I
ruins
caught up
everything.
on Gabe's work today.
Ooh,
Nice.
awesome! Yeah, I am not caught up, but I'm close.
His 5-part series on the history of history.
Yeah.
I actually have a question from your video today. I put it in my notes for this show topic. Mind I bring it up and ask you?
Fire
Okay.
away.
All right. So you talked about the significance of the order of the alphabet, and the order of the numbers, and how it goes into the tarot and the astro and all of the things that you do, and you talk about TUV equaling 234. and it's a major significance. And I was wondering if you could just like digress on that, what you've debriefed from what you did when you discovered that so far.
Yeah.
You're talking about the Tav, like 22?
Well, yeah, but in the alphabet, it is expressed as in the order of TUV, which is 20, 21, and 22, which reduces to a 2, 3, and a 4. And that seems so benign. 2, 3, 4, big deal. You know what I mean? But it is not a small deal whatsoever. So in Hebrew, tav, which is with an A, but
But you can interchange vowels.
Interchange vowels.
You can absolutely do that. Yeah.
That's a very important rule to put forward, that vowels are, they're not so faithful. We'll say it that way. They're interchangeable.
Well, the vowels do not take a vow.
Right. Right. Yep.
Vowels didn't even exist for most of human history
of
written language. That's a recent invention. Vowels.
Which is I've been studying the Greek alphabet to try to be able to read words in Greek, at least phonetically sound them out, to see what else they sound like. And yeah, that's definitely a thing in Greek. You have like the H is ita. You know, it has like an E. The H has an E in it. So like the vowels are a part of consonants. They're all one thing.
And that's where the AE together comes from on my keyboard, right? That's Greek. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, there were five interconnected vowels in the English alphabet that are no longer used. So the A and the E, there's an O and a C, there's an O and an E. And if you look on the dollar bill with the seals, I think the O and E is used on there with some old crazy obscure shit. So yeah, in my video, the TUV was a big focal point. Did you see that one, Chance, on Ophiuchus?
I guess I didn't catch up all the way. I tried really hard.
The most recent one was crazy because I thought I was done with it, and I was walking away like I had found out that TUV encodes 234. And the number 78, which is the number of cards in the tarot deck, and it's also a number that encodes Mercury, the G to the H. So when you take 78 and you multiply it by 3, because Mercury is Trismegistus, you multiply him 3 times. 78 times 3 equals 234. And this is amazing because they tell us that 3.4 is the axial tilt of the planet. And Mercury, or sometimes Prometheus, is holding up the pole star, is determining the angular tilt of the planet, and pointing at, is like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, pointing at our destiny, where we're going, directing us through the tunnel of the Quetzalcoatl snake tunnel of all the planets. And so finding out that 78 Trismegistus equals 234 is amazing, because in reverse, 234 is 432 hertz.
Yeah, right. That's fascinating.
Yes. And ultimately, wait till I'm giving away all the good stuff, Chance. So I thought I was done with my video, and I look at my board again and I realize OPQ is Ophiuchus. RST is resting, and Tav is foot. And Ophiuchus is resting his foot exactly on the W mark on my diction of Aries. So
and to defeat Ophiuchus, right? That's like his lower body being kept in the lower vibe. So it's like the word defeat is to take off the feet of the higher self or something.
Yes.
Well, it's also the Saint George or whatever, Michael, whoever it is, healing the serpent is, I mean, it's all multi-layered symbolism. So I'm not saying it's just this, but that's also the sun,
right,
being born in the spring vernal equinox.
Right.
Also, Gabriel, I thought of another WW for you to go along with the World War and the 5x5, the magic square of Mars.
You got
Mars, by the way, if you reverse Mars, or if you reverse Ram, who is the chief deity in or a chief deity, like a solar deity in Hinduism, connected to Ra. Ram backwards would be Mar. But yeah, Wild West fits in with your World War because it's an unruly
Awesome.
5x5 Martian environment.
Yes, Chance. Just like www.com is the new frontier. It's the new battlefield.
I'd like to move our
Wow.
discussion in this Nintendo fan club to the Nintendo GameCube and read a note here I have. It says that 64 equals 2 to the 6th power will be the perfect number of matter, for it is 8, the first GameCube squared. So we find it a mercurial or a Mario number, as if the solidity of matter was in truth eternal change.
Wow. And
Jesus.
Jesus.
that's the
Christ,
alphabet.
Alan.
2 to 6 is the alphabet. 26 letters in the alphabet, locking
Where
you
did
into
you
the
find
material.
this?
And it's Yad Hey Vav Hey.
Good Lord.
Where did you find this, Alan?
Appropriate
What
expression.
is this from? What is this book?
The black
dude?
cube, black Saturnian cube.
Nintendo Power Magazine.
Seriously.
I thought he said it was 777 by Aleister Crowley was what he's
777.
reading from.
Yeah.
I haven't read Crowley enough.
Wow.
I feel like there's a lot of gems in there, and I wonder if he's the great beast because it's like the Baphomet. It's the scary symbol to keep people away from
Yeah.
the knowledge that they're not ready for.
So,
Just looking for 64s, man. That's all. I'm about.
so I started reading this comic book by Image called The Wicked and the Divine. And in it, there are 12 gods who get reborn every 90 years, and they only live for 2. And Lucy is one of them. And in this particular beginning, Lucy is on her way out, and Baphomet comes in. And one of the characters, Chris reminded me, thank you, Chris, that one of the characters actually says he's a fake god. But I thought, isn't it interesting that Lucy's getting out of control in this particular situation? They're like, you are only supposed to live for about 2 years. You're pushing it. We're here in the year 2014. People are getting suspicious that we're immortal and it's causing problems. You're causing problems. And so they end her life very early, which is very rare for any of them to cut their life short. So it's interesting that Baphomet comes onto the scene as Lucy is going out. So do you think that says something about Luciferianism and its shift into this kind of satanic viewpoint? Because people are very confused about what Luciferianism is.
Or
versus,
the flip of it.
Yeah. So there's this, I mean, the way that they're portrayed in the comics is very interesting, but they are very much about, independence, rebellion, me, this idea of me and my pleasure and what I want to do. Mostly shadow aspects of that.
Used to be threads on 4chan too, where they would bust out these arguments and kind of one-upping each other with evidence of Moloch being on the way out and Baphomet being the new Dark Lord. So I always thought that was interesting.
And they paint him as like, well,
Kinda goes together.
as because Lucifer and Baphomet are both mercurial. They're both androgynous. They're supposed to represent both because it's an etheric. It's up here, but they do give Baphomet to the underworld. So all the gods in the year 2014 are all pop stars. So you have a section of them, they're underworld deities, very dark and death and grim, and Baphomet hangs out with them.
So you said that the comic book is put together by Image. That's the age of M. And the Baphomet is the 13. And L, Lucy, comes before the M. So Lucy is on her way out, and the M is taking the stage. That's the age of the 13.
Yeah.
I want to trade brains with you for just one day. I want to know what it's like.
I'd be exhausted.
I think most
Sleeping
people would
all
just
the time.
collapse into
Right.
the weight of the static. What most people would see as static. It's not static.
Your pattern recognition is like off the fucking charts, dude.
It's scary. It's
Thank
actually
you, brother.
terrifying. Yeah. In
I-
the most
I
wonderful
just-
It's
way.
like a
I'm
fine
just-
gelato.
It is exactly like a fine gelato. Only get as much as you want, and that's not right. You can have
Right.
as much as you want.
I'm just stoked to have people to share it with who you're even receptive to the fact that everything is a code. It's all a code. Aleister Crowley, AC. That's a 1 and a 3. These guys are big on the N. The
Holy
Baphomet,
shit.
MET, the Baphomet. They are big on the N.
So I did for a second take your
Johnny.
2 or 3 4. Was it 2 3 4?
2, 3, 4.
2 3 4, and I picked out all the runes, the second, the third, and the fourth of each set. And in one of the sets, it is Berkana, so that's the B rune. And you have Manaz, or Ao, so that's B, E, and M. Sorry, it's backwards, but there's B,
Mm-hmm.
there's your 3.
Oh shit, that's
Four.
Baphomet all day.
And the B rune looks like a sideways M.
We just cracked the code
And-
to a whole new level, y'all.
Oh, yeah, because Berkana has to do with birch. It has to do with life. It's often
We hold it up again
feminine.
while you talk, Rachel.
What?
We hold the rune drawing up while you talk.
Yeah.
I want
so
to
you
see
can
again.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, it's all
Full screen that?
backwards, you guys.
Wanna full screen it? Somebody?
So Berkana has to do with it's the birch
Transmutation.
tree. Yeah, it's deeply feminine. Ao has to do with horses. It's the horse rune. And it's mostly in this particular set of runes, it has to do with partnership with nature. Like you and the horse are riding together. Like Rido takes you somewhere. But this is more partnershipy when you get to Manaz, especially because this has to do with your relationship to human beings, men and women, commerce, things like that, which is mercurial.
Yes.
So the horse
Wow.
imagery comes back, the mare, the M.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
You
it
have
makes
your
me think my
horse colts.
parents lived on a street called Triple M when I was young.
Whoa.
Trippy.
Huh.
Okay,
Oh.
so this is so M's. Do they have any symbolism to the trident scepter that could be held with Poseidon? And because you made me think, I was reading this book. What is it called? Some Atlantis book, like Atlantis in the pre-Diluvian age or something. And they were breaking down Plato's story, and then they brought up this thing that just stuck in my head for some reason. But there was a large part of like Northern Europe that was around during the time of Atlantis, like which is a great. I conceptually try to think about that Atlantis wasn't the only place at the time that Atlantis was there. Like there were other empires, there were other places ruling, right? And so supposedly Europe and England, they were doing their thing very much so, but Atlantis was Poseidon because he was the seafaring god, and it was always symbolized with the horse. And then the Norse always would sacrifice horses for Poseidon, which
And the Greeks too. And the Greek, is associated with the horse as well. That's all over Greek mythology too.
it's
There
interesting.
are,
It's always horses.
In Rome, you had the Consuelia festival, which was consecrated to Consus, the god of hidden oaths and secrecy, and his other name was Neptune Equestris. And horses were not allowed to work on that day, and neither were mules.
so there's in
Girls get
Celtic
the love too.
lore, the god of the sea is Manannan. That's an M. Manannan McLear, and he has a chariot in the sea.
Yo, dude. So were
Oh.
the Norse Norse were part of the Atlantean culture?
Yeah.
They had their tiffs, but yeah, kind of they had their own kind of. I think there's more than one Atlantis, is what I'm kind of gathering.
Oh,
Is that
because
there
you
are
have you have Helsinki, like the Bach saga type of stuff, where the Atlantis, all land is ice, all
Well,
land east.
So I was talking to somebody actually in a pagan group that I'm in about this earlier, and how I don't subscribe to single origin stories. So when we're talking about things like Atlantis, I tend to think that there are different upcroppings because a world tree has many roots and many branches. So this culture might have their Atlantis, and it's more like an age, and it's more of a state of being. So it's very possible, to me, that there was something up north and there was something elsewhere. And there's ones that survive are the ones that tell the stories. So you're going to hear different accounts from different places, and that's why everyone's like, we don't know where it is, because it's not a single place.
A time period potentially too, right?
Does anyone have any real unicorn stories?
Actually, funny you say that.
I say that.
Alan.
Yes.
When I was a child,
you saw a real unicorn?
I saw a real unicorn.
Where did you see a real unicorn and it was working real hard at being a unicorn?
It was selling it pretty hard that it was a unicorn.
Was it selling you animal crackers?
We were at the Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey Circus, and that year they had the living unicorn. And I remember there was two things I was impressed with at this show. And there was this BMX kid that did a backflip. And it was a big deal to do a backflip on a BMX back in the early 80s. I'm guessing was when the living.
They made a whole movie about it called Rad. I'm sure you remember, Gordy. Me and you are the older guys.
Right.
There's this awesome BMX movie called Rad.
Rad.
Yeah. And there's other movies. There's an older movie too that's got Nicole
Gleaming
Kidman
in
in
the
it.
Cube.
Yeah, no, that's a skateboarding movie, Gleaming in the Cube. But yeah, Rad. It was all about the kid hitting the backflip on the BMX. It was like it had never been done. That's how they sold it to us. It had never been done, and now it was going to become a thing. And now it is. It's insane. Everybody's doing backflips and everything now.
Unicorns are real, and they are a thing. And they went to the Ringling Brothers Circus.
Yeah, that was the thing. Is
Gordy Two Shoes.
They were bringing that thing around. It's a big arena. They do it at the TCC arena here in Tucson. They did when I was a kid. So they had the three rings inside, and so they've got to bring this like elephant parade thing. That's just pretty cool. I mean, dudes are trained elephant. An elephant's a pretty cool thing to watch with a trainer and a rider and stuff, like that's just amazing. It's a giant animal. And we used to use those as war machines, I'm thinking, God, that's fucking rad.
Tell us about the unicorn.
So they bring him over up the unicorn, and it's on this pedestal with all this glitter and showgirls with feathers and stuff, and there's a goat.
It is a goat. A one-horned goat.
We had that VHS.
Horn.
I've seen that.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It like made the rounds. Yeah.
Okay, now tell them how the goat connects to polyamory.
What? Everyone's a unicorn.
Yeah, this is actually fascinating segue. How does this goat symbolize?
Anybody want to jump in on goats and polyamory? I'm drawing a blank.
That's the trivia question for tonight. How
Miley Cyrus.
How do one
That's an M, yo.
goats said to be real unicorns connect us to the topic of polyamory?
Oh.
Jim, could you please expound on why Miley Cyrus and polyamory and goats are all connected? I'm still not getting it.
I'm not either. Somebody bring it around. I'm lost.
Miley Cyrus is polyamorous, and she often dresses up as a goat with her hair and the
yes.
goat functions. And she used to have a goat at one point, I think. she had like a pet goat, and she loved it, and she was like, "This is the best goat. This is the best pet I ever had. Way better than a dog."
She couldn't
And then
make
he-
up her damn mind.
And she's also always going like this.
disappeared.
Ah, ah,
How she
ah.
Yeah, and I don't know what happened to her goat. Maybe it was given away, or maybe it was ritualistically sacrificed. Perhaps.
So if we look on this article,
Aries, goat. I'm trying to think. There's
Pansexual.
pan. Oh yes, yeah. There you go. There's something with the pan. The half goat, half human. What's that called?
You
Where
got
those
it.
as you're thinking real hard, the answer's right in front of you.
Oh,
The
sweet
word
ballies. here.
polyamorous first appeared in an article by Morning Glory, Zell, Ravenheart, a bouquet of lovers, not a
Bouquet.
cornucopia of dick cheesers. Oh, who is Morning Glory, Zell, Ravenheart? She connects us to the Church of All Worlds, neo-paganism, and her husband, Oberon Zell Ravenheart.
Yo, she's got what animal? Oh,
You go back to her picture, right?
I just want, yeah, like what animal do you guys see right away in her face?
Cat. Looks like one of those cat people.
Kind of frog.
Kind of frog vibe. Oh, frog vibe.
Yeah.
Some symbols. There's some shit going on there.
I immediately saw Ozzy Osbourne and I couldn't stop seeing it, so I just said that.
Interesting.
And bats just fly out of her mouth. Bats are cool. Yo, can I tell you guys about something real quick? That's very
Yeah, bro.
near and dear to me. Okay.
Yeah, brother.
Two things. One, pine pollen. Amazing. Okay.
You
When
know,
it
I'm
comes-
glad you brought that up, because I've heard you talk about this before, and I wanted to check this out, because I've tried a few different weird things, and I'm interested in this thing.
Pine pollen, when it comes to herbal supplements, I'm telling you, it is absolutely amazing.
me.
And for glandular health, like, glands are proprietary for optimal health, right, in our body, because glands
Mhm.
produce a shit ton of hormones that release like all of the important hormones that our body needs to truly properly function and get that like that amount of energy that humans used to have back in the day. And pine pollen definitely taps into that. It's fucking crazy. It's amazing. It's sweet. It's not bitter. And it goes back to, all of the pine cone symbolism and the hand baskets of the gods and, all of that. I believe, I would like to think so, because it's such an amazing supplement given to us from the earth that it has. And also it just jacks like your sexual organs and all of that area for men and women. It's like for guys who have ever had an issue with like anything with that whole region of sexual function, absolutely completely conquers it. It helps all glands all throughout the body. It's amazing. And then the other one is called Polyricus. It's black ant powder, and traditional Chinese medicine has been using black ants for a nootropic for centuries. It's fucking crazy. So when you combine the two, yep, that's all I'm gonna say.
Wow. That's crazy cool. So PP, pine
Interesting.
pollen, that's a 7-7 magic square of Venus. Boom.
Do you get anything from these guys? Do you make this?
No.
How did you
Lost,
get turned on
Lost
to this?
Empire Herbs. I hit up the CEO and got him on the show because
No shit.
he's really cool.
Cool.
And these are actual supplements that are single source. Like it's just literally black ants ground up, and this is
Dude,
You'll eat
just
bugs and
pine
you'll be
pollen
happy.
from the Scots
The
pine
Great
tree.
Reset.
Damn it!
They got you,
Have
dude.
a mortar. I
Damn
can
it.
I can make this.
that's right. We just put it in a black label and call it a boutique item.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
interesting.
I got a
Roll
little
it up
something
in a
for you guys.
baton.
This goes
Or a
back
scepter
to
you could choose.
Romie. You were talking about the use of nanoparticles in the ancient cathedrals.
Yes.
All right, let me pull this screen share up. This is the Lycurgus cup. And this cup actually changed colors depending on where the lighting was.
Oh yeah, I've heard of
It's
this.
ruby red.
This is like
Let's
a
see
old Greek finding, or what? What's the timestamp do they have on this puppy?
My Zoom did like a
Oh,
little
there it is.
mini crash. I
Okay.
don't know
Uh-oh.
when
Oh,
it's
there
from.
it is. There
but
it
I'm
is.
back.
Wow.
Fourth. It says it's made in the 4th century
Hmm.
by Romans, but who knows? It's got the nanoparticles of silver and gold in it.
I
And
saw this myself
it's
at that museum.
depicting. What's interesting is it depicts Dionysus making Lycurgus the king of Thrace, driving him mad and making him believe that he's pruning vines while actually he's hacking the limbs off of his
They
own
got his
children.
foot. They got his
Oh,
fucking foot.
really?
Yeah, and then what happens next is this, because of what he did, and if the king is impure, then the land becomes barren, right? I think that he's a Chronos in
Mind
code too.
control.
I think Lycurgus is another Chronos in code because Saturn eats his children, right? And that would be the winter sun, and Dionysus is a more of a summer spring version of the sun. So
Mhm.
they're angel of death, angel of
He
life.
looks like Ufayukin
Yeah,
That's
so
what-
he so
holding
the
a snake.
the mythical
Hanging
Adonai,
down.
the mythical Adonai, or sounds like Adonai or Adonis, led Lycurgus to Mount Pangaeus or Pangaeus, where he was torn to pieces by horses,
Holy shit.
and that delivered the land from barrenness, which would be winter, in my opinion. And it sounds like Osiris torn to pieces.
Oh my god.
SB, you saw this in person?
No, I just thought
Yeah,
of this.
no, I
when
saw
we
the
were
cup.
I thought
I
about
saw the-
I was thinking about Lycurgus. Oh, you saw the cup in person?
Yeah, I got pictures of it somewhere. I'd have to find them.
I came to this because I was thinking about Lycurgus, the myth of him being torn apart by horses, and I started doing some Googling, and I found this cool cup, and then it weaves back to Romie's
Holy shit.
nanoparticles thing. And there's also a Lycurgus who's a king of Sparta, who's also said to be quasi-mythical. I think that it's all mythical.
I have to know more about this cup though, please. What else is on here about like plasma resonance, or there's something?
Probably
about-
nothing, because it's amusingplanet.com. I was surprised that they even talked about nanoparticles.
Oh, interesting.
I'll put this in the Spider Telegram chat, and we can do further digging on this artifact.
Yes.
We have some
It's a-
hanging chads
You
connecting
guys are my
us to
best
Saturday
friends.
Night Live and Miley
Yeah.
Cyrus, if you remember when she was on Saturday Night Live with the Chad sketch and they went to Mars together. Shout out to Wrench Crew though. Thank you everyone for wielding that wrench responsibly. Let me just pull up some.
Yeah, they've been.
Jim
If
Jams.
you can
Really
dodge a
active
wrench, you
tonight.
can
That's
dodge
pretty
a
cool.
ball.
Thank you, Wrench Crew.
Wrench crew.
Wrench crew.
We had some other words here from Black Slide Dictionary.
Oh yeah.
Some circuits, which
I had
we'll,
that Frank.
circle back to.
Oh,
But we got to
nice.
get into not the Tom Hanks calendar. Love of goats. Miley Cyrus.
What?
She loves to look like a goat.
With the tongue. That's hilarious.
Miley Cyrus checked in with her Twitter followers on Saturday, showing off pictures of her with the family goat. Billy, the 16-year-old at the time, wrote,
Real original.
I am Billy.
Well,
I was
she's-
abused and abandoned. And
Yeah.
Billy Ray Cyrus saved me. I love my daddy.
Wow, that's creepy as fuck.
Wait, is Billy Ray
Yeah.
Cyrus not her actual
I'm pretty
birth
sure
father?
Billy Ray was diddling Miley. I mean, and worse.
Wait, were they that's not her real dad. That was her Hollywood father.
Could be.
And it hails
I'm-
back to
I'm
Bill
just looking
Gates.
at the goat.
That would make sense.
Billy
Billy
Gates. Billy
Gates.
Goats.
Bill Gates. the
Billy
Billy
Goats
Goat.
Gruff. You remember
Bill
that story?
Gates.
Bale Gates. Ball Gates defeats Ball.
Baal, Lord Baal Gates. You know, what's really disheartening about knowing this code is like that makes him just a sacrificial receptacle.
Mm-hmm.
Like he can do all this damage, and it's all part of the plan that's going to come down on him.
Yeah.
And no amount of torture or hellish future for that man is enough to make up for all the damage. There is no remedy. And you know, we could pluck his
He's just a
toenails.
figurehead for a bunch of people who followed orders and procedures and protocols and did the real evil.
Yeah.
I think that's Gabe's
Almost
point, though. That they've used him as
for the guy.
this nozzle to spray us with like horrible, burning, infinite shit, and there's nothing in it.
They do it
No
over
wonder
and
he's
over
an
again.
apple.
Orange Man bad.
Sorry for the metaphor, but
Beautiful. I love it.
They do it
I want
over and
a
over again. I
t-shirt.
mean, look at Fresh Prince of Smell Hair. He's being set up to be a real good scapegoat.
Hey, did you say hair? I have a poem about that. It begins, when I get older, losing
That's
my
what I call
hair,
Biden, Fresh Prince of Smell Hair.
many years from now, will you be sending me a Valentine, birthday greetings, bottle of wine? If I'd been out till 2:45, would you lock the door? Will you still
lock the
need
door?
me? Will you still feed me when I'm 64?
When I'm
You'll be
64.
older too, and if you say the word, I could stay with you. I would be handy mending a fuse when your lights have gone. You can knit a sweater by the fireside. Sunday mornings, go for a ride. Doing the garden, digging the weeds. Who could ask for more? Will you still need me? Will you still feed me when I'm 64?
Bum, bum.
Every summer we can rent a cottage on the
We're
Isle
doing
of
the whole
Wight.
thing. We're gonna just keep going. Okay.
it's a
No,
poem
don't
that,
stop
Alan's
now.
reading.
Every summer we can rent a cottage in the Isle of Wight. If
You
it's
just-
not too dear, we shall
Has to
scrimp
go.
and save. Grandchildren on your knee. Vera, Chuck, and Dave. Send me a postcard. Drop me a line. Stating point of view, indicate precisely what you mean to say. Yours sincerely, wasting away. Give me your answer. Fill in a form. Mine forevermore. Will you still need me? Will you still feed me when I'm 64?
64.
Woo!
Wow.
Nice. Alan.
Boom.
Yeah.
Slightly concerning, but I love it.
Mic drop.
That's a
Nice.
song by Beatles.
We should tell
we know
homie
how-
Romie about the I Ching sync with the ashes that we did
Oh,
at the
yeah.
beginning.
Before you came on, we were already synchronizing to your arrival.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we did a I Ching reading, and it went from, help me out here, Chance. It went from
30, the clinging, which is fire over fire, to 35, progress, which is fire over earth.
Like a scorched earth or a phoenix
Rising
rising,
from
from,
the
the
ashes.
ashes.
Oh shit. Wow.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we set the stage before you even got here.
Like volcanic activity.
We all individually flipped a coin to
Always comes
draw the
around.
lines of the trigrams of the hexagram. Of course, there are 64 hexagrams. This is episode 64. We are fans of Nintendo 64.
Oh. Yo, something I thought of too, actually, after we started talking about the Mario and the occulty crazy symbolism that you are revealing to me, which is amazing. Thank you. Italian plumber, right? Do they ever say he's Italian? And why is he Italian if he is? And why do we think he's Italian? Something about the Vatican? Plumbing, like pipes underground?
Underground?
Aqueducts,
Yeah.
they have a history of that. They have a history of plumbing. Aren't the Romans attributed to creating plumbing?
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Bada boom. And
That's right.
They're so civilized.
right.
Right.
And
They
and-
shit in house. They shit indoors. Wow.
Depends on what level.
That's
what
I don't
level
have
of
to leave. I can do
Well, it
it
depends on
here.
what level
I
of
can just
civilized
do it
you are.
right
Like if you're
here.
more civilized, you don't
Hang
even
on.
eat or shit.
Yeah,
Right.
that's kind of what we were talking about
I'm really
earlier. That's
right now.
interesting. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I mean.
It-
We're such a degraded species at this point that they need plumbing.
Right. And this goes to the placenta, Chance. This is the removal of the waste products. And that is what the plumbing does. And we all know where the placenta goes onto the documents, onto the Vatican, onto that market.
What I want to say about the degraded humanity concept is I think it's in our mind. I think
Yes.
that life force energy is the aspect of the creation that is really one. It is all one. It's the life force energy that is in every being is the same I am and the same spirit. And we may be in a different phase where we are relearning our own circuitry and how to connect with life force energy, but I don't think that there's less life force energy available. I think that I don't think we're degraded, so to speak. We're just in an
Have to
early
work a
phase
little
of,
harder.
we're just learning.
Well, and you were talking about, I was thinking about this because I think I've talked about this before about being spiritually taller. So there probably was a point in time when our physical bodies matched that height. But you're right, that's still around. We can still be that tall, even though our bodies may have been smaller, which is kind of cool. Because I was talking to somebody about that because in Druidry, the highest form is becoming a mighty being. And it's like anyone can be a mighty being. We look at our ancient ancestors as gods because they started out that way. They knew that about themselves and they lived it. And they trained others how to be like that. You know, this is how you continue to live this way. But anyone can reach that point. It does take work and it takes dedication.
Well,
You know?
is there? I'm surprised the druids didn't want to manifest into like a tree, like an old great tree or something like that.
I mean, there's the Battle of the Trees where it's supposed that trees came alive to fight. They got trees to come alive for the battle.
I believe that.
And
I like when
tree's
trees.
also a mighty being.
It is.
I like when
You
trees
guys know
look
what
like the
hexagram
pants
64
sticking
is?
out of the grams. Was it?
You guys know what hexagram 64 is in the I Ching?
Oh no.
It's fire over water.
Mm.
It's basically like walking on ice that's cracking under your feet. It's translated sometimes as before completion or almost complete. And it's like a precarious situation that requires great caution. And there's potentially discord. I hear like running water sound.
I do too.
Oh
Is that
yeah,
me?
I have an aquarium.
Oh, that's cool.
So
I just
in the
was
Gene
wondering if
Keys-
someone was like taking a leak
Oh, yeah,
and forgot to
Jason.
mute. Well, I see everyone here.
Paranoid
It might,
about
Sean,
guys
it
can
might
hear
be
that.
Sean. Look at Sean. Maybe he's
Yeah, I'm peeing all over the floor right now, actually.
dogs
Sorry, I
do
couldn't
it.
hold
You
it.
do it. Got to mark
You're
your
so
territory.
civilized.
Well, I mean, I've got a puppy. We're gonna have to clean the carpet anyway. I figured,
You-
what's
For
the
those
difference?
playing,
You gotta
big,
mark it so the
so
puppy
you can
knows who
highlight the
owns it.
square
That's
that
right.
we golden stream.
Chance, could you pull 63 too? 63 and 64?
63 is completion.
Okay. Because in Gene Keys, they work with codons and stop codons and also partnerships. So 1 and 2 work together, and 63 and 64 work together as beginning and end in the whole circle.
Wow.
7
That's
and 10
fascinating.
in a way, because I'm sorry, 63 would be a 9, and then 64 is a 10. 9, 10, the hole in the pole, the 19.
Well, I guess that
Yep.
connects us to 69, but this is the 64. I don't know who wants to read this one. It says, do not attempt. What does it say? Do not attempt to perform this act for an individual.
Not to be performed alone.
Yeah,
The most
we might-
dangerous
not
of
gay.
sexual acts.
What?
That's great.
You read this.
Hippie
What the
sticks.
hell?
And this is not gay. I love that they have to like. This is not gay.
Please read it, Gordy.
It starts off with two friends that are naked, usually a boy and Oh, wait. Usually
Start at
boy
the top.
and boy or girl and girl. In some rare instance, boy and girl.
Start
Wow.
at the top
How
with the
fucking
64.
complicated is this
The
already?
64 is one of the most dangerous sexual acts that has ever been performed.
64.
Good
This
Lord.
act was originally designed to prove how close you are with another individual.
This is how I
Today,
was
people
conceived.
only really attempt this act because they love the adrenaline rush. This is not gay. It starts off with two friends that are
If you have to preface,
usually boy and boy or girl and girl, and
Usually-
in some rare instances boy
Usually-
and girl. One will be on the ground, ready for the time of his or her life. The second person-
a 3-story diving board.
The second person will climb a 3-story diving board. Rachel's going to continue to read this for us.
Great. What?
Once this second person climbs up to the diving
going.
board, he or she is fully committed to the act. He or she then jumps off the board and lets his or her body do the rest. Your body will know what to do after a year's worth of training. If completed correctly, you and your partners souls will be attached forever.
Ever.
That's not sexual. That's ascension.
I tried the 64 in my shower by myself and got hurt, Greg.
Craig, I need your help.
By Spider 4913.
Oh my god.
3914.
Oh my God.
What's 39 plus 14?
49.
Oh.
How many connections are
Oh.
like
17.
happen just randomly through mysticism?
This is what we call an average Saturday evening. with
Yeah,
us. Just
it
Wow.
happens. This
what we do
is
every night, every Saturday.
So I have a question for
don't-
Rachel about gene keys.
Mhm.
You said that the programming partner for 63 is 64,
Oh,
and
I think so.
63 is completion, and before completion is 64. The 64 is fire over water, which is why it's like walking on thin ice, because the fire or the self is above the abyss.
Mhm.
Yeah, and the completion's the other way around. It's water over fire. So I guess it's like levity. It's the fire giving the water the evaporating energy to become steam and ascend. So are the programming partners all the pairs of the same elements in inversions, like fire over water and water over fire?
Not always. I'm trying to figure out, I'll find some examples. It's actually in the book. On the wheel, on like the zodiac wheel, they're direct opposites. So like 30 or 64. Okay. Yeah, so these would be directly opposite of each
I
other.
guess that
on
wouldn't
the
apply because
zodiac wheel.
there's somewhere it's the same element doubled, so you wouldn't have an opposite of that.
Yeah, it's
Now,
gonna be,
now that I think
they're
about
gonna
my
be
question.
random. But I think maybe 1 and 2 are the same, like that. I'm trying to remember. I went through here.
Are the gene keys thalamic? Is that a thalamic system?
I don't know. I don't
It's-
usually use that word.
Well, Velma says gene keys a lot.
Oh my God. Yes, it is. Okay, so 1 and 2 are heaven over heaven and earth over earth. So you have heaven and earth engaged to begin as the start. And then you've got fire and water moving together, which in Northern cosmology is fire and ice. And those two things create the world. That's beginning and ending.
Heaven over heaven is
Yep.
the yod.
Mm.
Oh yeah, hidden.
That looks
hand, y'all.
Saturnian right there.
It represents pure creative
Nice.
potential, pure creative awareness and power. Number 1.
That makes sense.
That's why I would say it's a yod, because yod is 10 or 1. It's the pure yang. Yang.
Okay,
I could
so
talk I Ching all day.
let me
Yang, yang, yang,
read this like tiny smidgen really quick. The I Ching is a mathematical mirror of the genetic code, and one can actually reduce all 64 archetypes down to 4 essential principles. These are captured at the beginning and the end of the I Ching sequence itself, the first and second gene keys, and the 63rd and 64th gene keys. These two pairs are rather like the prologue and epilogue to the great book itself. Upon these four pillars, the principles of pillars, life is built. The world's the table. 4 elephants standing on a turtle. The earth is a table. So it just goes further into it, but like further into the first one on this one, but because the first shadow is entropy, which is like it talks about ebb and flow. And the shadow is getting stuck in those ebbs. People are like, oh, it's awful. It's like, actually, this is a gift because you can't be on fire all the time. It just doesn't work. You will burn out.
Gabriel, the 13 in the I Ching is companionship.
Oh, look at that.
It's yang over fire.
Hey, Chance, do you remember the name of that cup?
The cup?
Lycurgus cup.
Oh, the Lycurgus cup. Yeah.
How do you spell
Lycurgus.
it?
Lycurgus. Lycurgus. Makes me think of the lycanthrope too, who would probably.
Yeah. I'm gonna drop the video I took of it at the British Museum in the Weaving Spiders welcome check.
Tight. Man, it's crazy that it's crazy about the nanoparticles. I didn't know that stuff. You learned me a thing, Romie.
Thou shalt.
I'm so excited about Romie's work, man. Antiquated transhumanism and the resonance architecture. I can't wait till it's
you're gonna have to do your presentation on Interverse. I have a show called Interverse Podcast.
Do you?
Yeah, I want to give a plug to the people in the chat that don't know that I have my own other show.
It's huge.
Oh, for reals?
Chance has been doing this for years, and he has like such an enormous pile of stuff for you to catch up on that your lifetime is not going to be enough. You're gonna have to quit your job and stay home. And
just
listen to
go through
Interverse.
2020 and 2021. You don't have to go that far back.
People don't know this. This is, yeah.
I don't know. I don't plug it a lot on the Weaving Spiders, and some people find Weaving Spiders, and never would hear about it. Maybe that are new.
Yeah. We assume that we're all overlapped, but it's not necessarily true.
Yeah.
People on Weaving Spiders don't necessarily know about Interverse. People on Interverse don't necessarily know about Weaving Spiders. But there's actually a secret
I talk about Weaving
collaboration
Spiders
happening.
every episode, but in the end, I make sure they know now. I'm proud of this work. I don't get to talk about this type of stuff in the depth on my own show as we can do here because you guys all shine so many amazing insights at me that I get to think thoughts that I haven't thought before.
I liked your episode. Oh, I guess it was a few months back now, but with Michelle Gibson. You guys did some deep dive because I feel like when Michelle goes on to people's podcasts, she kind of talks about the same shit,
I gave her directions of what I want to talk about, and she came back with presentations. She's interviewing me, I think, on Monday.
For her channel?
Nice.
Oh, sweet.
I think she does those just on her Patreon, maybe, or maybe they're on her regular channel. I haven't caught up on her work for a while, but she's doing interviews now with people too.
Oh, dope. Yo, I see Prag Magic in the chats, and I think that might be my boy Keats. We used to work together in Portland, bro, at Trackers. I wonder if it's him because I clicked on the YouTubes on my phone and I looked in there and I was like, I think I know one of these humans on the chats here. That's a Synchro Misty.
You live in Portland?
It's a Synchro Mister.
You live in Portland still?
No, I'm in Northern California now.
Same neck of the woods, I guess. I'm about
it's so
that far
beautiful
away
up there.
from Portland too. In the opposite direction.
You're north? You're that
Kinda
far
off
north?
I'm like in Walla Walla, Washington.
Oh,
It's
I'm a
the
Washingtonian.
southeast corner.
Nice.
Are you?
My cousin was. I was born in Port Angeles. Yeah, I'm a West Coast as fuck. Like I was born in Washington, grew up a lot in Oregon, and now I live in Northern California. So
Prag Magic confirms that that's the dude.
Nice.
That's your boy.
Before any spiders start leaving the weave to rest in their hammocks for the night, we do need to take a group photo. So prepare your power pose and hold still for 10 seconds for screen caps.
Who's doing the screen cap if we're all posing?
Right?
It's a secret.
Dude, ever since you said synchro misty, I want to blend.
Shh, we're still posing. Shh.
Oh,
Power pose.
I'm just kidding, bro. Just joking.
Painting.
Power pose? I don't.
Another-
Vogue?
It's another 90 minutes. The painting will be done, so don't move.
okay. Are we?
Now we should just do this as long as we can get people to keep doing it and see till someone finally breaks. It's just no more, man. I'm gonna pose.
The stream
Please.
just goes on like this for 5
Can I
minutes.
stop? Can I stop posting?
Rachel,
People are like, what is
tell
this
us-
silence?
Tell us where we can find you, Rachel, on the internet.
Yeah, that is a
Around the
good
room
question.
and
Is there any
plug
other
all of our
places
work.
we can find content by Rachel Munoz on the
No
internet?
kidding. Rachel's on fire tonight. It's great.
Thanks.
Yeah, we've missed you, or I
We
have. I
missed
think
you.
we all have. I think I
Yeah.
speak for all the gentlemen here.
You do.
Thanks, guys. I'm mostly on Telegram, so you're gonna find me at Sunforge, which is my channel, and then I have a group chat called Refinery. No pressure in chatting, but you're welcome. I am also on Minds at Valkyrie Sparks, so I post there a little bit less, but I'll do some more things there. So good things to come.
Oh,
Should
and
come
let
on
me
Rising
plug
from
you.
the Ashes and do runes, break down runes for Dan because he loves Nordic
Yeah.
shit.
That
Yeah,
would
that's
be
what I was trying to
fun.
say. She just did 2 awesome episodes with one more coming with Benjamin Balderson on Odin's Alchemy, and it
Mhm.
encouraged me to start studying the runes again. And I bought a book that you guys recommended, and I've been listening to it.
Fuck.
We bought runes when we were at the London Museum, or there in London too, but we've never opened them or used them. So I'm like, oh god, am I really going to learn runes and tarot at the same time?
That's kind of a lot.
Yeah, I gotta
Way
do one
way
at a
back in
time
the
now.
day, I just have to claim that I was the first to have a rune chat with Rachel on a podcast.
Sweet.
Way,
True.
way back in the day.
Yeah, we should
in
get
like
we should get
Sept-
all
in like
of Rachel's
September.
rune info into one place.
All the way back in September.
Yeah, I
Yeah, you
remember
guys should look that
listening to
episode up. It's a fun one.
I'll find it. It's on Vibrant.
Yeah, because Kaylee was in it too, and she
She was
dropped
supposed
that.
to be, but she couldn't
Yeah.
get in.
There were
Yeah, and
internet
then-
issues.
I remember listening to it in the grocery store. That was, I think, my introduction to Rachel.
Wait, it wasn't a Vibrant. It was right before I did Vibrant, but it was much in the style of Vibrant because we did it live.
Because
So
we
it was
just
maybe
flowed through
before.
it. It was a lot of fun.
Romie, plug your stuff. Tell
Yo.
everybody what you and Dan do.
Okay, thank you so much. Dan and I are sweet lovers of jam and jelly, different types of boisterous berries squeezed into a nice mushy goop to satisfy the sweetness of what we'd like to consider ancient history, suppressed alternative history. Dan is amazing, and I poop a lot, and yeah, so we just started doing themed months, and we're going to structure our show with having a theme for the entire month, which makes it really easy for us to book guests and to kind of dive deep with our audience. Because why are we doing this? Because we're addicted to information, and the more we get to dive deeper in for the months, the better. Anywho, next month is this month was God, Satan, duality, Saturn, understanding all that. So go check it out. We had Esoteric Eddie, or he wrote the book. Fuck, I'm completely butchering this. It is past midnight though, over here on the measly West Coast. The revealing the Luciferian mystery, or mystery, the Lucifer mystery revealed. Anywho, it's a bunch of good shit. Rising from the ashes. Go check it out. Thank you. Love you. Bye.
I was listening to you guys last night, and I was thinking about somebody mentioned satanic, just in the right context where I heard it just a little differently, in terms of the church, early church version of satanic, and it brought to mind the word zetetic. And zetetic is a skeptic, is one of many definitions of a zetetic. And I thought, if you were really orthodox minded, then the word zetetic, anybody who's skeptical of the paradigm of the day, would be thrown into a large, broad brush of satanic.
It's flipped.
There's also the fact that the tetragrammaton, the the tetragrammaton is the tetractys, which is the Pythagorean triangle of 10.
Oh, nice.
You say 10.
Right. Yep.
Said 10. Yep. Yeah. Yep.
Say 10.
Mhm.
All the Abrahamic religions are Satanists because their yod or their god is 10.
They're number files.
Well, I'm talking about like even people that don't know any of the occult aspect of their religions. They're all occultists because they believe in a hidden occult god, but they'll, flame you for being into the occult.
And there's an X.
Oh, right. That's right.
X is 10 in Roman numerals. Yeah.
X cross.
Ask you guys a question too about the number 5, because like I see a lot of times a transition from 4 to 5, right? And obviously numerically they line up together. 4 goes into 5. But 4 seasons is actually 5 seasons because you have the entire Terra, right? That's like the ultimate season, everything contained within. Then you have the 4 elements. Well, it's actually 5 elements because of ether. And you have the 4 directions, and you have Terra, which is the 5th direction, which is the entire direction. And
Right.
so what I'm bringing with the antiquated transhumanism and resonance architecture and stuff back to the cross, but the cross isn't 4 points, it's 5 points because the centrifugal force energetically in the middle. And then when you create that energy that comes out from that, if it's harnessing energy from the ether, then it has a centrifugal power point in the middle and it extends out, creates pyramid energy because all 4 points go out, and then go up, you create a pyramid point, right? On a
Yeah.
on a perfect square
the shape
cross,
of
not
a
a rectangle cross.
tetragrammaton, right?
Yep.
Yes, and also could be toroidal.
Right.
The reason why the tetragrammaton or the 10 or the all is 4, and also why the septenary is relevant is, and why the 13 is relevant. This is not the only reason.
All 4.
These are relevant because of the fact that in theosophical addition, where if you took 4 and you added 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4, it adds to 10. The same goes for if you add all the digits from 1 to 7, and obviously 10 is 10, and from 1 to 13, it adds up to 10 or reduces to 10.
Yes.
And it goes on every third number, it reduces to 1 again or to 10. And so it's like an endless cycle of repeating trinities, if you will. It's 1, 2. It's basically like if you were to count it out, it would be like 1, 2, 3, 1, and so on. And the ones would be inserted in there. 1, 2, 3, 1, 5, 6, 1, 8, 9, 1, 11, 12, 1.
That's simulation AF. That's 100% matrix coding upon the upon the mind semi.
Yep.
Oof.
Oof. I think about the scene where Neo has his moment of apotheosis, and he looks into the world and sees that all is number. And that scene is so profound to me because he puts his hand up. In your hand, these are your digits.
And it's the yod.
It's the yod. And he says no. His first words are no.
Which is on backwards.
Yep. And it's just amazing how, the Greeks said panta arithmos, all is number. And when he was reborn, he could see the truth of that.
Yeah, and that,
yeah,
he crossed over and came back.
Right.
Just like the initiatory rituals would do.
You're talking about that.
Would you like to read this about the arithmetician, the numberer?
Oh.
Looks like a quote from the Two Babylons by Alexander Hislop. It reads, chess and the I Ching come from the same source, biblical Kush. Math wizard chess used as dearly, divination, computer. Kush is also known as the numberer or arithmetician. Remember, there's a book of the Bible called Numbers in the Old Testament. He using this knowledge and more to lead men on to become king. Now, Hermes, that is Cush, is said to have first discovered numbers and the art of reckoning, geometry, and astronomy, the games of chess and hazard. And you're talking about the matrix. Well, here's what looks like it could be the start of a matrix. A magic square using the first 64 numbers associated with Mercury. It has a sum of 260.
I think Benjamin Franklin put one of these, a 64 magic square out.
That sounds like I've heard something like that at one point.
And he made mistakes in his magical square, but when you look at the mistakes, it turns out they're like even more profound than just
secret codes.
Quantum.
Code. Yeah.
Well, they do that. They make it look like you make a mistake. If someone spelled if I send you a letter from prison and I've got 5 or 6 misspellings in there, you know that something's up. I'm trying to get a message out of this house to you. I'm trying to tell you something.
Big time.
Yeah.
As much as I despise Ben Franklin for being a weirdo, he still did a lot of cool, interesting shit. I got to give him props. I read his autobiography.
You're muted, Jim. You're muted. I knew you were coming in, though.
Oh,
Fuck Benjamin Franklin, you guys.
So about Kush, I brought up that thing Alan just showed was a quote from Hislop, Alexander Hislop, and he to go back to Chernobog, he spelled Chernobog in his work as Zernobogus, which if you break it apart, the etymology is from the Chaldee Zer Nebo Gus, which means the seed of the prophet Cush. And Nimrod is begat by Cush.
Is that a Kush mountain range or the Himalayan Thai or what's this name it's either used for mountains or weed. So,
and you know what's wild is
either way you're getting high.
Tyre,
purple Kush.
Tyre, Tyre is pronounced sir. It's pronounced sir.
No way,
Interesting.
really?
I didn't know that.
Sir.
And that's how they spell tires on your car in Britain.
Tyre is sir, even though it looks like tire. Sir, like the
mine.
serpent.
Yeah.
Sir, as in my lord. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. When you say that to someone, you're literally saying sun god.
Damn.
So that's Russian. I'm sorry, that's Russian etymology.
Oh, Chaldee. I believe Hislop's version of Chernobog's Zernobogus is phonetically 3 Chaldee words put together. Seed of the prophet Cush. That's what it means.
Chaldeans for days.
Yeah. So in Hebrew, Zer is seed and crown.
In Hebrew, it's Zera, Z-E-R-A phonetically.
Okay.
But yeah. And the seed is also the cornu or the corn or the crone. It's K-R-N. You can put vowels in wherever. That's Chronos.
Yeah.
Wow. Fascinating.
Yeah. And in Electric Universe, Saturn is at the throne, at the crown. He's at the top. He's the top hat. Interesting.
Wow.
And then there's the lands of Jazer in the Old Testament, which has Yah and Zer encoded in it. Yazer,
Wow.
Jazer.
The seed of Yah. Yowzers. I say that all the time.
Yowzers.
And that's a place for cattle.
What's that, Chance?
Jazer was a place where cattle were raised, which and Nebo, which is in that Zernobogus, Nebo, also in Hebrew would mean not Chaldee, but in Hebrew would be a land for cattle.
Nebo.
Wow. Aramaic is Aramaic from the Phoenician alphabet. Chaldean Aramaic apparently stems from Phoenician alphabet.
Phoenician, which may not exist in history.
In
real
a
life.
time period, right?
Like
you were saying.
This is phony.
Yeah.
Yeah, phony. Fucking motherfuckers. Classic. Yeah, I know. You're right. It's so true.
So
Wow.
I sent you a link, homie.
Yeah, Santa Bonacci taught me that.
I sent you something in your Telegram between you and I. It's a podcast from Aeon Byte. And do you know Miguel from that show?
You know what's funny is we had him on this month, and I
Okay.
was really stoked. It was going to be like this really big Gnostic reveal for me, and I was like really
Yeah.
excited to have him on.
Uh-huh.
And it was a very kind of low energy show, and I feel like he didn't really want to. Like he was kept really short answers and was uninterested in the questions and stuff. And I was like, oh well, okay.
Chippy.
I'm not a fan personally. I hate to
Yeah.
say that publicly about somebody that's a real human being, but
But he brings some crazy far out characters into the light.
Yes.
And, I mean, some real far out characters, and I don't agree with them all either. But it's very profound to see where the modern day Gnostic mentality is. And the one I sent you is him interviewing John Lamb Lash.
Oh,
And,
nice. Okay.
And it's a doozy. It's a real doozy. I listened to it tonight, but they mentioned something in there about and John Lamb Lash is pretty intense. I think of him as like, what's that?
Volatile to be like associated with.
Right. He's like he is. He's a heavy hitter for sure. Does not pull punches.
My history of people that have recommended him to me have been people with screen names like Aryan Nation and like swastika profile pictures.
Yeah, it's crazy shit. It's real far out. This goes back to my history of secret societies.
Oh,
I wanted to know where the modern Gnostics are, and they are in some crazy places. So, and one of the things he put forward is there's a prophecy from Sophia that it's very Revelation, end times, apocalyptic kind of prophecy about, in the end, the children will rise up and destroy reality such that humanity will forget the old ways. And that prophecy is, it's just crazy to say these things, but what I think of is like that nanotechnology in that cup. And the fact that we don't give our ancestors the credit for the technology they actually had. To the extent that we're going to forget, we're going to, smash all the technology or whatever and forget all the advancements in technology and have to start over and reset the cycle.
Does Hermes? Okay, sorry. Can you or someone tell me the connection and symbolism between Sophia and Hermes? Because Sophia is the goddess of wisdom or the deity of wisdom in the Gnostic belief, as is Hermes is, Hermes and Thoth and wisdom, right? So are they the same in the Gnostic situation?
The goddess gives birth to the sun god. The sun is born out of the sea in the cults that originated this symbolism. It walks on water because as it rises, you see the light of the sun reflect across the ocean and create a column or a pillar of light, splitting the sea from the sun to the shore.
Yep. So she is like the Ein Sof, right? Kind of like the source, the nebulous chaotic source, and he rises up and delivers whatever knowledge, order to man. In the alchemical schools, he is oil rising to the top, and that's the cream of the crop.
Hermes.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And that is, that's the chrism, the oil that anoints your pineal so that you can have imagination to think at all.
Which is in a state of matter is fat. Fat is a liquid state, or because there's that other fourth state of matter, but that's not fat, right? What is fat in the sense of alchemical science?
Omegas or Fat.
I don't fucking know. I don't know. I'm also trying to halfway sound, like I know what I'm talking about sometimes. So, yeah. So like
We all
chemically,
are.
let me see here.
We all are.
They did just kind of admit that there's like there's a very, very important difference between like just cold water and warm water. And such an important difference that you could almost consider just that temperature differentiation to almost be different forms of what we all would consider water.
That is so fascinating, and it breaks paradigms because what it does is it says 3 states of matter in your pineal tiny peanut brain, you ignorant smarty candy. You fuck. It's like no, like yeah, exactly. Like those play in huge measures, and wow, that's beautiful. Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you.
I was just thinking the symbolism of 63 being lost because our weavings are not complete, and 63 is completion in I Ching. We skipped over completion, and now we're on before completion.
That's how it works.
The pre-completion.
I might be close to completion stage. I don't know. I want to have some energy tomorrow.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm hitting a 90-minute Bikram flow, 9 a.m.
Whoa.
I want to
really? Are you?
sweat. Oh yeah, I
Good for you, dude.
I have such a slow metabolism. If I don't sweat profusely like every 3 days, then I eat a lot of muffins. I bake a lot, so let's
do
just
you
say I got to
really?
burn a lot of cows.
Wow. Sweet.
Yeah, I'm gonna go jump in the freezing cold river tomorrow about noon.
Oh
Are you really?
yes.
Yeah. Got invited by the guys in my men's yoga group.
Oh
So
When he
we're just
says he
gonna-
bakes
it's
a lot,
cold
he's
over here.
referring to
It's already
something other
cold.
than
So.
muffins.
Fuck. You want me to ship you some?
I'm out. Yeah, sure.
So, Sean, do you guys go early? Is it like a morning thing?
Now, when it wasn't so freezing cold, we were going early. We were doing like 6 a.m. yoga next to the river in the grass for 30, 40 minutes or more, and then go get in the water for at least 2 minutes. And that was like, so 7 a.m. But it would be hard for me to motivate to get up when it'd probably be 19 degrees at 7 a.m. Go strip down and get in the river. I could do it, but it's going to take some prayer to God. Remind me that I'm one, bro.
Gym, grass fed,
I get that, man.
free range.
That's
All
so
right,
good.
Say goodbye to my face. I'm moving to a more comfortable place to try to
Yeah, I
make
think I'm
myself tired.
gonna bail off of this thing because it's getting late over here in Boise. 1:30. I love you all. Romie, I'm gonna check out your shit for sure. I'm gonna be in touch. I can't wait to see what you got publishing on this. I'm so glad you showed up tonight. This is fun.
Yeah.
Oh, thank
Sean,
you,
do
brother.
Romie, how do we find your stuff? Where's your stuff, man?
It's super simple. It's just Rising from the Ashes podcast on streaming platforms.
With Dan and Naki Dan?
With Dan and Naki Dan, that's my boy. We've never met each other. We're strictly internet lovers, so that's a fun story. But yeah, check us out on there. Thank you guys so much for having
Maybe
me.
you could come back on Valentine's Day and tell us about that beautiful bromance.
I would love that.
Oh, Gordy's gonna read something I see.
I think Valentine's Day is a Monday, though, Alan.
It's Lindsay's
So
book.
it'll have to be a special weave.
That'll be a very special weave.
Special weave.
So before you go, Sean,
Yep.
we're ready to close this out and maybe with a little bibliomancy like we like to do.
Yeah. I'm all ears.
Whoa, look at Alan. What is Alan doing over there? That was amazing.
Flip into the stream. Be true. God damn it! This thing. with my glasses.
Look into the stream.
Slip into the stream.
Slipping.
Be true to the path that unfurls before you. It will never lead you astray. When you forcefully push to exert a will that is not in complete alignment with your highest self, it feels like work all day, every day. You create all kinds of things in this imbalanced state. None of them serve you. While not much ever comes truly easy, coming from disease and disconnection, as most do, it will still always get easier when you fall into the flow of your natural state and slip down the corridors that the stream takes you. This is what we do.
Totally.
Let go in the best way. Hold on to what is most pure and true. This is how you must master the ride. Thank you again, Lindsay.
What page,
Sharp.
bro? Yeah, for sure. What page was that? I want to know.
That is. Or are these not?
No, numbered. She didn't number it.
Oh,
She didn't
right.
number them.
That's
It's
right.
All
beautiful.
right, start counting.
Hey, that's really good. Spider Cat Hole Lick 2022.
Oh my God.
Whoa. Whoa.
Somebody's getting initiated.
That's a
All
spider.
right. With that meme, I gotta say, okay, bye.
Cathode.
Bye.
Bye. Much love, Sean.
All right.
See you, buddy.
See you, buddy.
Cathode
Romie,
dick.
Romie, thank you so much for coming on, brother.
Man,
me-
you guys are
Let me
amazing.
kind of complete this thought. Maybe the one last Chad. I'm thinking.
Yeah.
You know, Romy, you're talking about that extra dimension, that thing that each time you add that extra dimension, you're talking about the same thing, which is the wholeness.
Yes,
the
yes,
wholeness of everything,
exactly.
which is how we see through the illusion. As we look in the liminal spaces, we don't look in the definitions. We don't look in the things that are defined for us. I've been thinking about this a lot. That the reason why people don't look at the shit that we look at, because they don't know to look at it, because they've been told this is how you work. You categorize this, you categorize that. Never the twain shall meet.
Hmm.
And this is how you keep secrets in government.
Hmm.
I am telling you this from personal experience. You have no idea what that dude next to you is doing. And he could be working on the most mind-blowing thing, and you won't know till 20 years later. And by that time, it's all gone. Like the technology has moved on so far that you can't recognize it. So it's really easy for these things to be covered up. That's what people don't understand. It's because you're told reality is this thing. You're fucking wrong. Reality is not what you think it is. It's in between the spaces of where we're supposed to be told that we're supposed to be looking.
That's true
Anyway.
meditation right there.
Flow, man. Flow.
Yes, in between,
Beautiful.
baby. Beautiful, Gordy. Thank
Anyway.
you for those final thoughts.
Thank you for my TED Talk.
Tight TED Talk, dude.
You know, the beginning of the Lindsay book page you read was about slipping into the stream. And wasn't
Yeah.
Sean just talking about getting into
Yep.
like a cold river?
Wow.
You got it,
Yeah.
Chance.
Jeez.
The sinks,
Every single time, man.
the sinks just keep on flowing. And there's that plumbing again.
Oh my God. No. Okay. Oh, here's one more thing with that. Master Builder, right? Because every screen that kept coming up with Mario kept having threes around it. And or it was or it was ones making twos, because there's the two. I don't fucking know. Three master, whatever. But I think that's what it is. He's like a master builder of sorts, right? Like trying to get to the initiate level or some shit.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
Fucking crazy.
Every three numbers returns to wholeness or unity.
Right.
Whoa.
And it's like, one of my favorite bands was this band called All. I don't know if you're familiar with the punk band All, but they were like a stem off of the Descendants, right? When
Oh my God. I have a tattoo of Descendants on my leg.
you have a Milo?
I have a baby Milo.
Do you really? Oh my God, I don't want to grow up.
Here he's gonna show his legs off again.
No shit. No
Milo.
shit.
Baby Milo.
Okay, that's too weird. Okay, so do you know who All is then?
Nope, I'm finna look him up.
Okay. Descendants All was the last Descendants album of the original crew before Milo went to college and left the Descendants, right?
Yes.
So the band that started with, I think it was first Dave Smalley, was they called themselves All, and they had this idea that everything is everything. Like we're not gonna limit our punk rock to just punk rock. We could do prog, or we could sound like Zappa, but still be punk rock. But their idea was everything, and they had this. Part of their kind of, they called it the ologistics. It's like their 10 commandments, and one of them was it's the fifth primary color. It's the number between 0 and infinity.
Wow.
All. Like look up All. I'll put that.
I just liked a song or put one on. I went straight to Spotify. I use it religiously, and that's super cool because I do love the Descendants. I love Milo, and All, like, hermetically, and and other sorts is union, is God. It is the All. I think that might be what they're pulling off, some like deep shit there. That's kind of cool, man.
Yeah, they were All is very frustrating for me now, like, because Descendants are actually playing Tucson in April, but they're playing the Rialto Theater, which requires the vaccine. And I'm just super
nothing sacred anymore
pissed.
in that sense.
I'm like, boys.
Yeah.
Fucking.
It sucks. Are you a Dead Milkman fan as well?
Yeah. Oh, that was my scene, man.
Yo, I love that. That late 80s punk was like some of the best.
Right.
Some of the best music, in my opinion. I was a super ska two-tone army kid growing up.
Oh yeah.
Man, all that. That's a whole other, man. We're I gotta sign off. Y'all are fucking amazing.
We gotta have you back, Romie.
Dude.
Yeah,
Yes.
we'll have you back, dude.
Yes.
Yeah, come do my show too.
I would love that.
Let's do a Vibrant where we'll just like really have fun. You can like get your guitar out and shit.
Oh shit. Okay, I like that. Yes.
Cool.
Sweet.
Nice.
All right. Aloha, y'all.
All right. Cool, man.
Aloha.
Peace and love, y'all.
Bye. Wave you out.
I'm already in bed, so I'm not gonna come on camera. But
I know you're doing it. I know you're.
I'm doing it though. I'm doing it.
Wow, what a great weave, you guys.
Yeah, I love you all.
Yes.
Love you too.
Love you guys, man.
Big love.
This is a blast.
What
Appreciate you guys.
Wow.
It's really, really good to be able to do this. I don't know where I'd find human beings like this around me.
Yeah, same.
I can't wait to binge watch on this one with 63 and then flow right into this one. It's going to be like all day experience.
The Ophiolatry definitely continued.
Yeah. I'm so glad you corrected me because I was saying that wrong.
Were you saying Ophiology?
Yeah.
Well, wouldn't that just be like the study of it, whereas Ophiolatry is like the idolatry of it? So you're researching it. You're an ophiologist, but not an ophiolator.
Turtles all the way down.
Oh, thank you. Wow. Man, you are impeccable with language, Chance.
I don't know about that.
No, I love that. You're spot on. You're exactly right.
So when
but,
is
whenever we talked about Kush, Ophiuchus, Kuss is another way of saying Kush.
Kush.
Kuss. In some languages is pronounced as cuss.
And that gets into marijuana, the real medicine, the last frontier of real medicine.
That's also in my website URL. The URL to my website is MARCUS, Marcus. Some people might try to say Marcus, but it's Alan Marcus, one word, .com, ALLENMARCUS, AlanMarcus.com.
Oh man, we're taking it to another level here. The kiss, this Judas kiss, the kiss of the scorpion, Ophiu kiss, Marcus, Alan Marcus.
Marcus.
Yeah, I love it.
I don't cuss though. I never do.
Once.
I always get someone else to do my cussing for me.
I'll volunteer anytime, Alan Marcus.
It's a dirty job.
I love doing it for you.
You need a divine mediator.
Fucking A, brother. All right. See you guys. Have a good night.
Well,
Good night, Gordy.
Big episode 66 approaching.
Oh yeah.
What might we,
oh, look at this.
what
All the
might we
little
see on
turtles.
66?
Oh, it's turtles all the way down.
Oh, I figured out who it is. That's Marty.
Marty
Isn't
Lee?
it? Yeah, that's Marty Leeds.
Oh,
We had Marty
sweet.
Leeds on episode, what, 27?
We solved the mystery. It's been solved, and it was episode 26 that Marty was on. Spiders.
That's so appropriate.
I thought it was 33 or 26.
Yeah, it was 26. I looked it up a minute ago.
Oh, great.
Which 2 to the 6th power is 64.
Yeah.
Wow. And 2 plus 6 is 8. 8 by 8, 64. Infinity by infinity.
Oh my God, get me out of here. Get us out of here.
We're caught in an Ophiuchus loop.
Next Saturday, we'll be talking about Nintendo Switch, the latest system from Nintendo.
Oh, snap.
Shouldn't we go chronologically and talk about the Wii? I'd love to talk about my Wii.
If Marcus cusses, he's going to have to go out and get a Switch. If you
It's late.
go pick a Switch.
Spankings might be a topic on the Valentine's Day special. I don't know. Jim, play us out.
Yeah.
Nice web. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. 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 The web structure was not affected. But Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. The web structure was not affected. And raised over 100 young. The mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found the mate, and raised over. The crack cocaine spider figures building chips was 4 seconds.